Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. Welcome back, everybody. And when we left off, I'd invited the prosecution to make their opening statement. So Mr. Zentner, whenever you're ready, thanks.
That's Martin Ozinski. Martin Ozinski was 6 years old when Darin Thrailkill strangled him to death on July 2nd, 2016. Martin, his mother is Crystal Ozinski. Martin and Crystal lived with Darin at 585 25 and a half Road here in Grand Junction, Colorado. That's the Paradise Valley Trailer Park. And in Trailer 67, Martin shared a home with his mother, Mr. Thrailkill. He enjoyed doing things you would expect 6-year-olds to do. Martin was imperfect. I mean, he cost money. His parents had to take him places. He played video games maybe a little too long. And he also had a problem where, as a 6-year-old, he had to have pull-ups once in a while because he would defecate in his pants. He would poop his pants. Those are the imperfections of Martin Ozinski as a 6-year-old. Martin, when he lived with Mr. Thrailkill and his mother in Trailer 67, Paradise Valley Mobile Home Park, as the crow flies from here, maybe 2 miles or less. That mobile home park is right across the street from Pomona Elementary. That's where Martin had recently completed his kindergarten year of school. Martin would take that crosswalk that's illustrated in that photo to and from school. Mr. Thrailkill would provide him care and love. His mother would provide him care and love, but he did have those imperfections. This is the case of the people of Colorado versus Darin Thrailkill. I'm Rob Zentner. You met Miss Mayer over the last couple days. This system we have is a wonderful system. It's a beautiful thing, sitting on a jury. You get to determine if we've met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, we filed 2 charges against Mr. Thrailkill, and you'll hear evidence from this witness stand that will prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of these elements. Judge Flynn has given you instructions throughout the last couple days, and he'll continue to do that. And at the end of the trial, you're going to have a thick packet of paper as jury instructions. That's the law that guides you, holds us responsible to our burden. And there's going to be evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Thrailkill, on July 2nd, 2016, knowingly caused the death of Martin Ozinski as a 6-year-old, and that Mr. Thrailkill was in a position of trust to Martin. You're going to hear that Mr. Thrailkill loved Martin. Martin loved him, called him dad. These are the things that will be discussed and we'll ask you to weigh at the end of the day to prove up that that trust that was provided to Mr. Thrailkill to be as a caretaker to Martin, provider to Martin. He ended up taking his life. The jury trial format in this country allows you as jurors to determine everything based on the law Judge Flynn provides and the evidence that comes from this witness stand. You get to make credibility determinations. You get to decide why people are motivated, what motivates people, why people testify in a certain way. All that burden is on you. Judge Flynn calls the balls and strikes, right? Provides you the law, keeps us in line. Our job is to prove those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence that you'll hear will do that. There's evidence that everybody knows from us getting to know you the last couple days will be graphic, photos, testimony. But in the aftermath of the terror Martin Ozinski surely must have experienced, this next photo shows him on his deathbed in a serene kind of way, wrapped in blankets. And there'll be worse photos. Not necessarily in this opening statement, but you can expect those. You need to brace for that. That's Martin, the late hours of July 2nd, 2016, the early morning hours of July 3rd. And that's after he was pronounced dead. 2 days before Dr. Havlick, your elected coroner, a very experienced forensic pathologist. This is somebody who's done thousands of head to toe, hands-on anatomical autopsies. He'll come in here and provide his expert opinion as to the cause and manner of Martin's death. Martin Ozinski was a 6-year-old boy who was found unresponsive in his home. He was transported by his mother to the hospital where shortly thereafter he was pronounced dead. He had no significant medical history and reportedly did not complain of being ill during the day of his death. There also was no history of injuries received in any events on the days preceding his death. Autopsy revealed numerous petechiae on his face and in the eyes. There were skin scrapes on the front of the neck and bruises in the muscles of the neck. Toxicological examination was negative. The autopsy findings are consistent with an asphyxial death due to strangulation. And strangulation, you'll hear, is the impairment of blood supply to the brain by compression of the vessels and other structures of the neck. The manner of death is homicide. Martin Ozinski's body was a crime scene, and Dr. Havlick will walk you through that crime scene. Dr. Havlick, his opinions were not pneumonia, not asthma, not aspirating on anything. How Martin came into that deathbed as he laid there at St. Mary's Hospital. We have to present evidence as to what was going on in the house. What was going on in Martin Ozinski's house, right? How that little boy who maybe cost some money and had to be taken places and played video games a little too much and pooped his pants. How did that cause the collapse of parenting? The collapse of the position of trust Mr. Thrailkill was entrusted. Martin Ozinski went from that playful, Minecraft-loving, ready to learn, eager to read little boy to lying dead at St. Mary's and later on the exam gurney of Dr. Havlick when he did the exam on July 4th of 2016. And the facts that led up to that started with officers who responded to Trailer 67 on July 2nd, 2016, and started with this lady over here, Christine Gregory. Christine Gregory in 2016 worked for the Grand Junction Police Department. She's sitting in the middle over here at the table. You were introduced to her briefly during jury selection. You'll hear from her in this case. And what you'll hear from that witness stand, the summary of the evidence as to what happened that night is this. 5 people were in trailer number 67 on the evening of July 2nd, 2016. Martin Ozinski and his mother, Darin Thrailkill, and Darin's 2 children. And Darin's 2 children, Sean Thrailkill and Alex Thrailkill. Sean was 8 on July 2nd, 2016, and Alex was 6. Sean and Alex were visiting Mr. Thrailkill and living in the trailer with Mr. Thrailkill and Crystal and Martin. And they were coming over, they were sent over here so Mr. Thrailkill could exercise his parenting time. Their mother was Christiana Chantal Thrailkill, and she lived in Denver. And Sean and Alex had arrived a couple weeks before Martin's death. And so it was the 5 of them in the home on the evening of July 2nd. Crystal, Martin's mother, was watching a movie on a laptop on the big couch in the living room. She had headphones on. Mr. Thrailkill was playing games on his desktop computer in the living room. Sean and Martin were playing video games. Alex was playing video games on a different console. And at some point, Alex and Crystal fell asleep. Martin left the living room and never returned. Remember what I talked about? One of those issues Martin has, really not uncommon. 6-year-old. He had an accident, and that accident ended up being his fatal flaw. Mr. Thrailkill reached his breaking point, strangled Martin Osinski. At some point had woken up Crystal. Crystal raced out of trailer 67 and into her car with Martin and just raced him to the hospital. She arrived shortly before 11 p.m. on July 2nd. You'll see video of Crystal trying to save her son's life. You'll hear Crystal's voice, how panicked she was, how devastated she was. Crystal Osinski was Martin's mother. Christine Gregory was at the emergency room when Martin was pronounced dead. She immediately took photos of his body. These photos illustrated the petechiae that you'll hear about in this case. Martin's eyes, behind his ears. Noticed, did Christine Gregory, half moon-shaped marks on Martin's neck and what looked like scratches. When Christine Gregory grabbed Martin's hand to photograph his palms, to do what she needed to do as a police officer, he was cold to the touch. So you'll hear that Darin Thrailkill's family didn't care for Crystal Osinski, and that she and Mr. Thrailkill were struggling as a couple. But Crystal Osinski was Martin's mother, and he was her everything and she was his. While Christine Gregory was at the hospital gathering evidence, officers responded to trailer 67. You'll hear from some of these officers, right? The first officer you'll hear from is Jason Evans. Jason Evans and his colleagues, Patrick Bridge and Mark Goodell, responded to the scene. They each made different observations, slightly different observations in a very short amount of time. And they noticed some inconsistencies that were noted and were obvious, at least to them. Inconsistencies with how somebody should act when they just learn that a 6-year-old to which they were entrusted to be a caring parent and loving and providing parent, how does that look? Right? After being told of Martin's death, Mr. Thrailkill had some fleeting reference to, wondering how Crystal was at the hospital. But after he was told, Mr. Thrailkill, of Martin's death, officers noted that he really didn't ask about Martin. He didn't ask about, well, how'd he die, right? He didn't ask, well, I need to, I need to get to the hospital. Can you give me a ride? Can you watch my kids while I go? Shortly after being told Martin had died, Darin Thrailkill had sent a text message to his own dad, who was alive at the time. Darin had texted, "Something happened with Martin, and I think he is gone. I'm sure they're going to pin me because I'm the only one with a record, but I think it was Sean. OMG, IDK, what to do? Oh my God, I don't know what to do." It was Sean. Remember Sean? His son visiting from Denver, 8 years old. Well, there were stressors certainly in that household. Custody issues with his own children. When I say that he was exercising his parenting time, he was. He wasn't too happy with Sean and Alex's mother. In fact, he was infuriated by the condition in which they presented when they arrived a couple weeks before he murdered Martin Ozinski. He was having, Mr. Thrailkill, financial issues, personal injury issues, difficulty in maintaining a blended family. Talked about that in jury selection, and those are common things. He was drinking alcohol when he wasn't supposed to. And he was trying to parent Martin. Right? There's some prior conduct of Mr. Thrailkill that we'll talk about. You'll remember there was some discussion of this during jury selection, but this is what we expect to be presented. There's some conduct between Darin Thrailkill and his son, between Darin Thrailkill and Martin. Prior words that Mr. Thrailkill said before July 2nd, 2016. You'll hear that in 2012, April Yates, a Mesa County Department of Human Services caseworker, responded to a call. She was part of the child intake team, and she had responded to a call where Sean Thrailkill in 2012 had bruising all around his lower back. And when she talked to Sean Thrailkill, one of the issues that was brought up too in jury selection, we'll talk about and present from the witness stand, is how do you interview a kid, right? How do you not lead a kid or trap them or lead them down a road that you want them to go to? How do you let them just tell their story? Well, April Prock at the time, but April Yates asked Sean numerous times, how'd this, what happened? And Sean said, "Daddy did it." You can only consider that for specific purposes, and Judge Flynn will give you a specific instruction on that. You can only consider that to explain identity or motive or intent, or to rebut any argument of mistake or accident. You can't consider it for any other purpose. The incident I mentioned with Martin was also in 2012. There was a skull fracture Martin had, and you'll hear about that skull fracture and the nature of that, and how it was after some time Martin had spent with Mr. Thrailkill that this injury was observed and documented. And again, you can only consider that for specific reasons that Judge Flynn will tell you about, such as identity, motive, intent, or to rebut any argument of mistake or accident. Martin Ozinski later, a couple years after that, 2015, had told another DHS caseworker, Aletha Jenkins, that daddy hurts me bad. Again, can only be considered for very specific things. You'll hear that in 2016, after Mr. Thrailkill strangled Martin Ozinski, that there were several interviews conducted. And Ed Prescott, you'll hear a lot from Ed Prescott. Ed Prescott has a job like some of you now, right? He's retired. But in 2016, he was a detective with the Grand Junction Police Department. He was working with Christine Gregory and investigating this case, and he did a lot of interviews. He interviewed Mr. Thrailkill a couple times. He interviewed the children, surviving children, Sean, a couple times. And also, Darin Thrailkill, about 2 weeks after the murder, he was recorded on a pretext phone call with Crystal, Martin's mother. And during that 2 weeks, they didn't even talk. But all of a sudden on July 15th, they talk, and these phone calls were recorded. And you'll hear Mr. Thrailkill and Crystal Ozinski in those calls. Mr. Thrailkill can't deal with Crystal deciding when things are okay and not okay. Mr. Thrailkill, have I gotten pissed at him in the past, referring to Martin? Yes. Have I spanked his ass red? Yes. You know these things. If you are talking to him and feeding him information, we ought to stop talking. Him, remember 8-year-old Sean Thrailkill? He's not too happy with his assumption that Crystal's talking to Sean. Because Sean observed some things on July 2nd. Remember when I said that Martin disappeared into the back room and never came out alive? Sean's testimony in court here will be that of an 18-year-old whose father is sitting here, right, being charged with murder. But Sean's statements will be that from the days following the murder. We'll play those relevant portions of those for you. Mr. Thrailkill, he stated, I don't understand what's going on with Sean. His being upset, his anger, his fucking rage, his word, not mine. You will hear that Darin Thrailkill blamed his own son, Sean. That's what Sean looked like in July of 2016. That's what Mr. Thrailkill looked like. And that guy in both photos with each of them is Ed Prescott. Remember, I told you that Mr. Thrailkill wasn't too happy. He was talking to, Crystal was talking to Sean. Sean was interviewed in the days after the murder. That little 8-year-old boy right there. And he was saying stuff like, well, I just embarrassed myself because I don't know like this because I just don't know. This is not my business really. How does an 8-year-old know to say this isn't my business? I don't know. I don't really know about it because it's personal to them. That sound like something an 8-year-old would say. You get to decide. You'll hear the interviews. Mr. Thrailkill was still suggesting that Sean did it. In these interviews that he did with Detective Prescott, he never admitted to doing this to Martin Hozinski. But Mr. Thrailkill didn't even admit that Martin had an accident that night. Even after, in the days leading up to the murder, talking about needing to get pull-ups for Martin, all the while, Mr. Thrailkill's DNA was found in the middle of feces that were left in some underwear. When Crystal went to sleep on July 2nd, fell asleep watching a movie with those headphones on, she had noticed Martin wearing things different than what he was wearing when she raced him out of trailer number 67 and into St. Mary's Hospital. Again, Martin's fatal flaw, he pooped his pants. That's a photo of Martin's room, and those underwear in the bottom right corner were collected and later tested and came back. A swab of the middle of the fecal matter in that underwear returned to Mr. Thrailkill's DNA. DNA profile, very strong match. Again, Sean Thrailkill was interviewed trying to get everything that an 8-year-old can say and remember and articulate. And he'll say that Martin, he said in 2016, Martin was in the shower and Daddy came and woke Crystal and she raced out with Martin. Martin doesn't go to the bathroom when he's supposed to. Martin poops his pants and it really stinks. Crystal gets upset. Daddy gets really upset and usually busts his butt. That's what 8-year-old Sean Thrailkill told Ed Prescott in the days following Martin's murder. Sean was also interviewed by another DHS worker, Carrie Hoffman. The next day after Martin's murder, Sean had made the following statement to Carrie Hoffman when asked, what does it mean to be safe? That's an adult asking Sean Thrailkill, what does it mean to be safe? Sean Thrailkill said, no killing, no hearts not beating, no getting punched in the face, getting beat down to the ground. It was also noted that Sean, a day after Martin was murdered, stated that the worst thing that can happen is that something happened, someone says it's his fault, and he gets blamed for it, and the cops take him to jail when he didn't do it. Throughout this case, the presentation in this trial, but over the years, Mr. Thrailkill's conduct was taking no accountability as a parent. His demeanor is inconsistent with learning of Martin's death. Lack of action that Mr. Thrailkill takes is really not in line with the gravity of the situation. And what Darin Thrailkill does in that moment is nothing. He denies hurting Martin and blames everyone else for everything. In fact, he blamed that 8-year-old son of his. In the time since Martin Hozinski was murdered on July 2nd of 2016, Mr. Thrailkill, maybe it was a stuffed animal, maybe a pillow. What about Sean? Soon after the murder of Martin Hozinski, Darin Thrailkill gave up his kids, basically. He didn't think he was suitable, his house was suitable. And that was shortly thereafter telling a Department of Human Services caseworker, Jackie Berry, in the weeks after the murder, Mr. Thrailkill met in person with Jackie Berry. And he told her that he wanted to obtain his own home and have a home that will accommodate his two children, Sean and Alex. And he feels now his children are his top priority. And he hopes to have a home within a month. He told Jackie Berry that on July 19th, 2016. They've never lived with him since. In fact, Detective Prescott met with Darin Thrailkill in Delta one day in 2017. It's August 23rd, 2017. Detective Prescott still doing things and investigating, doing what he did. Took a buccal swab from Mr. Thrailkill, just a DNA sample. And within a week of Detective Prescott doing that, Darin Thrailkill was starting a new life in Florida. He moved in with Xavier Stokes, his cousin. Xavier's mom is Lisa Tagliente. Those two lived with Lisa's mom, who's since passed. But Darin Thrailkill moved in with them. This is somebody who they really never, they'd met before. They'd come out to Colorado and met him, but they really didn't have much interaction with Darin Thrailkill, and then he moves, right? They start splitting expenses, and he's on with his new life. He's working, nothing pro-social, not a bunch of friends coming around, not seeing his kids, Sean and Alex, not even talking to him, taking on his new life. The ongoing efforts to locate Mr. Thrailkill in the years intervening, some concepts that were discussed in jury selection, the process of the system, right? No one wants to rush to judgment. But a variety of efforts were made to try to locate Mr. Thrailkill. Law enforcement, both here and in Florida, we're running into dead ends with the family of Mr. Thrailkill. In fact, Mr. Thrailkill's father passed in May of 2022, and Mr. Thrailkill didn't even come back for the funeral. A funeral at which, for sure, anybody would know his kids would be there, his family. Not him. PFTA failed to appear for the funeral. Then comes 2023. In 2023, Christine Gregory goes to Florida and interviews Mr. Thrailkill. You'll hear relevant portions of that interview. And we also have jail phone calls that Mr. Thrailkill had with his Aunt Lisa. Once Mr. Thrailkill was arrested on a warrant for him for committing murder, he was talking to Aunt Lisa, and she was concerned about trying to help him with his property. Sell everything, get rid of it, liquidate it, right? Those are his orders to Lisa. He also told Lisa last October, 2 Octobers ago now, in 2023, he also told his Aunt Lisa that he wants to talk it down to what it really probably is supposed to be. And if I can't get that, then I don't know, because if this goes to trial, it's going to be a shit show and I'm going to lose anyway. I'm going to try to get it knocked down to manslaughter and then eat fucking bullet, do like 7 or 8 years or whatever. He had told Detective Gregory in her interview of him around that same time that he remembers some of what happened before, some of what happened after. And he was wondering when you were coming for me. He himself defined petechiae. And he said stuff like that doesn't happen unless there's pressure involved. He mentioned the 6-year delay and also mentioned that his life's ripped apart now. This case is about Mr. Thrailkill reaching his breaking point. That strangulation of Martin Hosinski on July 2nd, 2016. You don't ghost your kids. You don't run from innocence. And that innocence in this case, idealistic was a word that was used in jury selection, real. That boy, Martin Hosinski, was in Mr. Thrailkill's care when he was murdered. The summary of the evidence here, Dr. Havlick, somebody with thousands of head-to-toe anatomical autopsies, not a paper review, not some natural cause. Cause was strangulation to death. Manner, homicide. Sean Thrailkill will present in court as an 18-year-old now. And his statements from 2016 will be, 2016 will be played for you. The defendant's conduct will be important to note in this case, as his words and his admissions of guilt on that call, in that interview down in Florida. If there's something in this case, in the presentation of this case, that just, you need a question, you need to ask a question. If there's an interview that's playing and you don't quite hear something, just note the time on the screen and then ask that question. We can loop that back for you. Take notes, because at the end of the day, your collaboration with each other when you go to the deliberation room, you get to decide if we've met our burden in proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Darin Thrailkill murdered by strangulation 6-year-old Martin Hosinski on July 2nd, 2016. We believe the evidence will prove that. Thank you.
Ms. Marsic or Ms. Parham, sorry. Thanks.
Martin was sick, not strangled. On July 2nd, 2016, a normal day ended in absolute tragedy. The death of 6-year-old Martin Hosinski can only be described as a tragedy of the absolute greatest proportion. There's no denying or minimizing that simple fact. It's that tragedy, the death of Martin, that led to this case. The reason why you all are here, why we've asked you to give weeks of your time to sit here in trial, is because this tragedy was not a murder. Martin was sick, not strangled. After years of trying to fit pieces into a puzzle that just didn't fit, trying to find evidence to prove a murder where there was none, new medical testing and analysis not done in 2016 revealed the answer not seen in 2016. The answer that accounts for all the signs of asphyxiation then noted, and also accounts for the other clues shown by the evidence that were ignored or disregarded, downplayed as unimportant, because they didn't fit a theory of murder in this case. After years of uncertainty, the evidence revealed by medical testing, evidence, analysis, is that Martin died of some combination of pneumonia, aspiration, and asthma, not murder. Darin Thrailkill is not guilty. On July 2nd, 2016, like I said, it started as an otherwise normal day. Mr. Thrailkill, his then girlfriend, Crystal Osinski, Martin's mom, Martin, and Mr. Thrailkill's two kids were at the house pretty much all day. The kids were running in and out, I think mostly outside, playing in the pool pretty much the whole day until it started getting dark. Bugs started coming out, they all went inside. They had dinner, and then everyone hooked up to their various devices for the night. You'll hear the kids were all in the living room playing video games or watching movies on two TVs that were set up in the living room. Mr. Thrailkill was zoned in, headphones on, playing games on his computer. Ms. Osinski was zoned in, headphones on, watching a movie on her laptop. At some point, Mr. Thrailkill went to check on Martin. And as soon as he did, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Got Ms. Osinski. They got Martin in the car. She rushed him to the hospital. He was pronounced dead shortly after. The investigation into Martin's death started immediately from that point. Everyone, officers, doctors, everyone at the house wanted the same thing: answers, an explanation for how this 6-year-old kid died. There were four other people in the house that night. The investigation started there, understandably, right? But as you'll hear, one thing that became clear over the days, the weeks, the months, and then years that followed is that it wasn't clear to anyone what happened. Everyone remembered that day, that night, the moments prior to and following Martin's death slightly different. You'll hear from Ms. Osinski. You'll hear how she told officers, what she told officers varied from interview to interview. She described different things about how she woke up, who found Martin, who went in the room first, what she said. You're going to hear Ms. Osinski describe her relationship with Mr. Thrailkill, his relationship with Martin, the dynamics of their household at this time. I'm not really sure what Ms. Osinski is going to say now, 9 years later. But what was clear, genuine, automatic, what she said 9 minutes, 9 hours, a month after Martin died, is that Mr. Thrailkill wouldn't do this. It didn't make sense. This is not how he responded to Martin. It didn't add up. You're going to hear a different version of events from the second person in the house, Sean Thrailkill, 8 years old at the time. You'll hear that this version of events he described doesn't really match up with what Ms. Osinski described. Sean's statements don't really match up with anyone else's statements about what happened. Doesn't really match up with the other evidence. You'll hear about a scream that Sean says he heard, but you'll also hear that when asked questions about that, he couldn't provide details about, or he provided inconsistent details about when the scream happened, where they were, who was where. No one else remembered this. Ms. Osinski is a self-proclaimed light sleeper, very light sleeper. She didn't wake up. No one else remembered this. No one else ever said that they remembered Martin having an accident that night. And as you'll hear, Even Sean only said this in a later interview. After initially telling the detective point blank, Martin didn't get in trouble that day. Martin didn't have an accident that day. It was only after further questioning by the detective, a later interview, that Sean eventually gave them what they wanted. Said, oh yeah, he actually did have an accident. You're gonna hear there are a lot of problems with Sean's statements. These statements that the prosecution has built their entire narrative around. You'll see the actual recordings of Sean's interviews. So I won't go into all the problems that there are, but you'll see that there are problems with what Sean actually said versus what was described, the context and questioning that led to these statements. You're going to hear that every adult in Sean's life really agreed that Sean mixed up his days. He got confused about when things happened, and the evidence supports that's what happened here. Third person in the house, Alex Thrailkill, his little sister. Alex was also interviewed by police the same day as Sean's first interview. Alex, in that first interview, said that she was awake. She said she was watching a movie. Alex, though, remembered being in the living room with Mr. Thrailkill and Martin and Sean being in their room together. Alex doesn't remember an accident. She didn't remember a scream. She didn't remember Mr. Thrailkill going in the room. Alex, unlike Sean, though, was never interviewed again. She didn't provide the explanation they were looking for. And so when Sean kept being called back for interview after interview, Alex wasn't. The only other person in the house that night was Mr. Thrailkill. You'll see that overall, he was very consistent in his account of what happened. He was very cooperative with the initial investigation. He went in for interview after interview, provided all the information that he could, but he didn't know what happened. He was zoned in, playing his game. He had his headphones on. He wasn't paying attention, and he couldn't provide much information at all. Mr. Thrailkill was the big man at the house. He never denied being awake. He was the easy person to blame. And as the investigation went on, he became the clear focus. The police and prosecution were desperately scrambling for everything and anything that might support this version of events, this narrative. But as you'll hear, they come up lacking because Martin was sick, not strangled. You're going to hear, you just heard a little summary of a lot of evidence that isn't really related to what happened that night. It isn't connected to the actual events of what happened. You're going to hear about how Martin got injured in 2012. The skull fracture, I think, is how the prosecution referred to it. And you'll hear this evidence as some sort of evidence that Mr. Thrailkill had a motive over 4 years later to commit a murder that they've charged in this case. But as you'll hear, this incident was investigated and quickly found to be accidental by everyone involved in the investigation. You're not going to hear from any investigators who actually looked into this case, because all I would tell you is that nothing has changed. Their finding is the same as it was in 2012, that this was an accident. Nevertheless, you'll hear this evidence about this incident pointed to you now to suggest prior abuse of Martin where there was none. To rewrite history to argue this accident should now be viewed as evidence of some long-harbored motive for murder. That's just because the actual evidence of murder isn't there, because Martin wasn't murdered. You're going to hear about a lot of suspicious behaviors. As you'll hear, the same supposed bad facts for Mr. Thrailkill, though, aren't bad for others. You'll hear officers describe how Mr. Thrailkill's behavior, demeanor was weird, not emotional enough. You also hear multiple officers reported him crying, but I guess not enough. He wasn't upset enough seeming. But everyone reacts to trauma differently. And as you'll hear, he was not the only one who didn't react to this situation in a way that might be considered normal. You'll hear how officers describe Miss Osinski, sobbing without tears, not emotional, too emotional. She can be heard on a recording from that night just hours after Martin was pronounced dead, laughing for an ongoing period of time with Officer Gregory, now Detective Gregory. You'll hear how when Miss Osinski got to the ER, she didn't carry Martin in herself. She ran in and got people to come back to the car. And when asked about this, she said she wasn't ready to touch him again. You'll hear how she got rid of all Martin's belongings a few weeks after he died. Now, none of this is evidence that she harmed Martin. None of this is evidence that she didn't love him. What it shows is that everyone deals with trauma in their own way, and that it doesn't mean anything. Prosecution's also going to stress this suspicious text to his dad that says, where Mr. Thrailkill says that he thought Sean did it, right after Martin was taken to the hospital. And again, at that time, everyone was trying to wrap their head around what happened, trying to rationalize and explain to themselves in their own head how this could have happened. You'll hear Miss Osinski told numerous people all kinds of stories about how Martin died. You'll hear, as soon as she got to the emergency room, she was talking about how Martin had been swimming all day and she thought that there was delayed drowning or something that she had read about. You'll hear that as the weeks went on, she continued to tell stories to her friends, her coworkers, Martin's teacher who brought her bread. She said that Martin suffocated, that he choked on vomit. They didn't have answers at that time. So the way people react to that is to come up with their own. And that's what they were doing. The last thing you're going to hear a lot about, the last thing that I'm going to talk about, you all hearing a lot about, is that Mr. Thrailkill moved to Florida in 2017. Now, the prosecution described him leaving Colorado and described this move as flight, described him as being on the lam. But Mr. Thrailkill was not hiding. He had a driver's license. He had a good job at Goodwill. He paid taxes. They just didn't have the evidence to arrest him. He moved out of state. They characterized it as flight. It's all part of this narrative, this language. So you'll hear about the autopsy report that Mr. Zentner was citing. It was completed a few weeks after Martin's death. I think a few weeks. Concluded that Martin's death was a homicide. But as you'll hear, autopsies are not done in a bubble. The coroner, Dr. Havlik, had information from police. He knew what detectives suspected. And strangulation could cause a lot of the signs, the obvious signs on Martin. But so could a lot of things. When looking for a homicide, it's easy to miss or downplay clues that don't fit. Clues that, along with other indicators of asphyxiation as cited, show that something else was going on. clues that later led to further medical testing and ultimately revealed the real possibility that Martin stopped breathing because he was sick, not because he was strangled. But at that time in 2016, they didn't do all the testing. Dr. Havlick's report was just another piece in a puzzle that investigators kept trying to jam into place that just didn't fit. As you'll hear, these problems with the case, with the evidence, were clear to investigators. The case was left open, essentially cold, after their initial investigation in 2016. Not because Grand Junction Police Department dropped the ball on investigating properly the death of a 6-year-old boy. Not because there was new evidence that needed to be gathered, because essentially nothing was gathered during that period. The evidence will show that the investigation stopped essentially because even though they followed all the leads, did a thorough investigation, there wasn't a clear answer as to who done it. The evidence didn't prove what couldn't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Couldn't prove there was a murder where there was none. And so years went by. Essentially no developments until 2023. New detective on the case, at least, was assigned, personally invested in providing closure, determined to provide answers after years of uncertainty. There were 4 people in the house that night, and Mr. Thrailkill was the easy target, the only man said he was awake, the easy one to blame. Decided the evidence was good enough, stood by that conclusion, even though, as you'll hear, was made without having all the information. So they wanted an explanation, and it's easier to cast a villain than blame a virus. You're going to hear during trial about the new exams, testing, the sampling that wasn't done in 2016, that showed actual evidence, facts, science, that provide an answer that wasn't seen in 2016. An answer based on more than just emotion, suspicion, an explanation that isn't lacking in clarity, that isn't based on emotions or desire to punish or to hold someone responsible, but that can be seen in the evidence. That Martin died of some combination of pneumonia, aspiration, asthma, not murder. The answer to almost a decade-long mystery, that this was not a murder. You'll hear from Dr. Auer, who analyzed the slides taken from Martin's lung tissue. You'll hear about how his expertise is in lungs. You'll hear how this is something that could be very easily missed by someone who doesn't have that expertise. And you'll hear how objective evidence provides a conclusion that none of the people at the house ever could. The real possibility that Martin stopped breathing because he was sick, not strangled. So all we ask really during this trial is that you listen carefully. Listen carefully to everything presented. Listen carefully for all the things you don't hear, all the evidence you won't see, and look hard and think hard about what is actually being presented. Look past speculation, suspicion, what's actually there. Because when you do that, the evidence will show that Mr. Thrailkill is not guilty, that Martin was sick, not strangled. This was not a murder. That's why we'll ask you to find Mr. Thrailkill not guilty. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a short recess, just 10 minutes for you. And if you'll go back to the jury room, please remember all the instructions during the recesses. Thank you. Please rise for our jury. For the record, our jury's left the courtroom. Anything else? We'll just take a 10-minute recess.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks
Thank
for recess for 10 minutes. Thanks. Those appear in custody represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marisic. Ms. Mayor and Mr. Zentner are appearing for the people. We're outside the presence of our jury. Ms. Mayor?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
I mentioned to defense counsel on the break, during Mr. Zentner's opening statement, the defendant's family members were seated behind us and blurted out some opposition to something that Mr. Zentner was saying. Ms. Weimer heard it specifically, and we're just asking the court to advise people in the courtroom to not respond out loud. It had to do with when the other children arrived and her responding, "That's not right." Just that,
Okay.
I just want to bring it to the court's attention.
I don't see if those people are in the courtroom. I don't think, oh, over here, this way. Okay.
They moved sides to the
Oh,
defense.
thank you. All right. So if you all can just keep your emotions in check and not say things out loud, we'd appreciate it so much. Thanks. Anything else before we invite the jury back in?
No, Judge.
No. thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. We're ready for our jury, please. Thanks. And we're getting ready to call the first, or the people are going to call their first witness. So just for live streaming purposes, there is an order of sequestration in place. The witnesses are not to view the testimony of other witnesses. And I guess before the jury arrives, I'll just add, there is a warning on the screen for live streaming, and then the media broadcast at Law and Crime, there's a notice with regard to witness sequestration. If any witness is watching either of those, please follow those instructions. Thank you. And do not watch the testimony of other witnesses until you're released from your subpoena.
Oh, please rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the courtroom. Thank you. The people's first witness, Mr. Zentner.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Jason Evans.
Mr. Evans, if you'll have a seat in the black chair up here by the microphone. Once you get seated, I'll give you an oath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You want me to do it from a seated position?
Yeah, you can be seated. Thanks. I think it's easier. Sometimes people have a hard time after I give them the oath, and so. That's right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Zentner, you're direct whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Evans, could you please state and spell your name?
Yes, my name is Jason Evans. My last name is spelled Evans.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Evans?
I'm employed and work as a forensic engineer.
And what do you do as a forensic engineer?
I'm an engineer that specializes in photogrammetry, incident scene reconstruction, and failure analysis, specifically in regards to litigation on the civil side of work.
Hey, where do you live and who do you work for?
I live down in Bayfield, Colorado, but I work for Knott Laboratory, which is based out of Denver, Colorado.
How long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working as a forensic engineer for just under 5 years now.
What did you do before working as a engineer?
Prior to working as an engineer, I was a police officer for the Grand Junction Police Department.
For what years were you a police officer with the Grand Junction Police Department?
I was a police officer with Grand Junction Police Department between the years of 2016 to right at the beginning of, the end of 2020.
And that is when you moved on into civil work?
Yes, that's when I moved in and was hired as an engineer for Knott Laboratory.
As you worked as a police officer with Grand Junction Police Department from 2016 to 2020, did you have the degrees at the time that allowed you to be an engineer?
Yes, prior to being a police officer, I was in the Navy as a nuclear trained electrician. And during that time, I obtained an associate's degree in criminal justice, but then also a bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering technologies. And while working as a police officer, I obtained my master's in business administration with an emphasis in data analytics.
Going back to 2016, what were some of your duties and responsibilities? What was your title with the Grand Junction Police Department?
Sir, can you repeat the year?
2016.
In 2016, I was working as a patrol officer.
What do you do as a patrol officer?
As a patrol officer, I was tasked with answering calls for service, doing proactive policing, like performing traffic stops, contacting individuals or any issues I see in the city, but also taking reports as needed as a police officer on patrol.
Do you recall being on duty on July 2nd of 2016?
I do.
Do you recall doing some investigation with respect to the death of Martin Osinski on that date?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have that caused you to become involved in the death of Martin Osinski?
I was dispatched after the initial call to go to 585 25 and a half road, trailer number 67. Martin was at the hospital and I was asked to go to that address to start an investigation.
Did you have any information while you were going to that address here in Grand Junction? Did you have any information about why Martin was at the hospital or have any information about Martin's age or anything?
Calls for hearsay.
Mr. Zentner, do you want to respond to the objection?
If I could just lay one more piece of foundation, Judge.
Okay, the objection sustained for now then. Thanks.
Did you have, yes or no, did you have any information about Martin Osinski that factored into your actions in going to that address?
Yes, there were call notes in the dispatch call along with Officer Gregory was at the hospital and relayed some information to us.
As you were going to that address, I guess, what was your plan? Were you going to the address with other officers or what was the point in you going to that address?
I was dispatched that with Officer Goodell at the time to just inquire because there were some questions about the manner in which Martin had been injured or what the reason he was at the hospital.
Did you know that Officer Goodell was going to the address with you or that you would meet him there?
Yeah, we were both dispatched to the call and just like standard police protocol, we would get together prior to the call and then walk to the address.
Did you in fact respond to that trailer number 67 with Officer Goodell?
Yes, I did respond to 585 25 and a half road, trailer number 67, Officer Goodell.
Thank you. What do you remember happened next?
As Officer Goodell and I we parked away from it, so we were walking up on foot. Our patrol cars were parked just a short distance away. And as we approached the address, there was a heavier set male that was sitting on the porch of the trailer. And it appeared to be that he was waiting for somebody.
Did this heavier set male, as you described, who appeared to be waiting for somebody, did that seem interesting to you? What did you expect to see when you arrived?
It was a bit out of place. The call wasn't coming from the address. There wasn't somebody who called to speak to the police. So it just stood out to me that there was somebody specifically waiting for somebody, and it just kind of seemed odd at the time and really stood out to me.
Did that male who was waiting outside of the address, did that male identify himself?
Yes, Officer Goodell and I walked up and we contacted the male, and he had verbally identified himself as Darin Thrailkill.
And do you recognize Mr. Thrailkill in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe him, where he's sitting, what he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's to your left, and he's wearing a darker sports coat, a tanned gray looking button-up shirt, and a bluish tie.
Judge, will the record reflect identification of Mr. Thrailkill?
Do you have an objection, Ms. Marisic?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the record will also reflect the witnesses identified Mr. Thrailkill. Thank you.
After Mr. Thrailkill identified himself to you and Officer Goodell, did any other officers respond to that scene?
Yes, approximately the time Officer Bridge arrived on scene as well.
So at this point, there's you, Officer Goodell, and Officer Bridge, correct?
Yes, sir.
What happened after Officer Bridge arrived?
After Officer Bridge arrived, I then asked Mr. Thrailkill what had happened at the address in regards to Martin.
And what did Mr. Thrailkill tell you in response to you asking him what happened to Martin?
Mr. Thrailkill informed me that he had been playing video games inside the trailer. And during that time, he had his headphones on. And then he said then he started feeling like he was ready to go to sleep, get ready to go to bed. And he noted that there were 2 children in the living room area along with his wife or girlfriend, I don't recall exactly which one he identified her as, were asleep in the living room area. And he got up and then he went to go check on Martin. He then noted that Martin was sleeping in an odd position, and he stated that the dog was kind of acting strange. At that time, Mr. Thrailkill said he turned on the lights, and he noted that Martin was a strange color and wasn't breathing. And he then stated that he tried to wake Martin and was unable to do so. So he contacted his mother and woke her up. And then he stated that he carried Martin to the car, and she drove him to the hospital.
When Mr. Thrailkill made these statements to you, did Mr. Thrailkill note to you where if 2 of his other children were in the home and where they were?
Yes, those children were asleep in the living room area of this single wide trailer.
You had testified that Mr. Thrailkill told you that he had turned on a light. In what room did he tell you that he turned on this light?
I believe he stated in the bedroom that Martin was in a different location than the other 2 siblings, in a separate bedroom.
You had testified that Mr. Thrailkill told his mother, woke his mother up. What do you mean by that? Whose mother?
Martin's mother.
Okay. And did you identify her, or did you know who she was from information that you had?
Based off the call information, she was later identified as Crystal Osinski. I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly.
And you had testified earlier that Mr. Thrailkill told you that he carried Martin to the car. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then did Mr. Thrailkill tell you how Martin and Crystal left?
They stated they left in a vehicle and went to the hospital.
And these are all the statements. Did you write a report that memorialized your contact with Mr. Thrailkill on July 2nd, 2016?
Yes, I did.
And have you recently reviewed that report?
Yes, I did.
And were the statements that you just provided that Mr. Thrailkill told you, were those memorialized in that report?
Yes.
Were there any other statements that Mr. Thrailkill told you that you don't recall? Or, I mean, that you did not put in your report?
Not in that initial contact of when I spoke with Mr. Thrailkill.
Okay. At some point in the subsequent years, did you remember other statements that Mr. Thrailkill told you?
Yes, later in the interaction, Officer Goodell started speaking and kind of taking lead, speaking to Mr. Thrailkill, and I recalled him describing some other statements about possibly what happened to Martin. And based on how I recall them, there was something to the effect of maybe a pillow, caused him to have these injuries, or maybe he hit his head. Again, I was in the process of just backing Officer Goodell at the time, so those were overheard as he was speaking with Officer Goodell.
Okay, thank you. After you had spoken to Mr. Thrailkill and then kind of stepped back and allowed Officer Goodell to interact with him, what else did you do? What else did you observe?
So something that stood out to me when I took that initial statement from Mr. Thrailkill, it was just different. There wasn't a terrible lot of perceived emotion from myself that I saw that. It just didn't seem.
Question, Your Honor, speculation and relevance.
Mr. Zentner?
I can lay some additional foundation on that, Judge.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Sure.
At some point, you had testified that after you had spoken to Mr. Thrailkill earlier, then Mr. Thrailkill was interacting with Officer Goodell, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point when Mr. Thrailkill was interacting with Officer Goodell, did you learn anything about Martin's condition?
Yes. As Officer Goodell was speaking with Mr. Thrailkill and finishing some paperwork with him, I was informed via our police radio that Martin had passed away and died.
What did you do with that information that Martin Hozinski had passed away and died?
Once Officer Goodell had finished what he was completing, I informed Mr. Thrailkill that Martin had passed away and died.
What was Mr. Thrailkill's reaction to when you told him that Martin had indeed passed away?
Initially, Mr. Thrailkill got very boisterous and loud and very animated verbally, and then very quickly was able to compose himself and then continue to speak with Officer Goodell as he asked him questions. During that short interaction and response, he didn't cry or appear to have any of those.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Mr. Zentner?
I'm not sure what the objection is, but we'll leave the testimony as he didn't appear to cry. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay,
Objection to that part.
No objection to that part? Okay, thank you.
thank you. You were about to say something else, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that in terms of the moment you told Mr. Thrailkill that Martin had died and your observations of Mr. Thrailkill.
Mhm.
And then earlier in your testimony today, you were talking about just Mr. Thrailkill's general demeanor during your initial contact with him. Before going to 585 and a half or 585 25 and a half road, the trailer park, right? Before going there on July 2nd of 2016, had you interacted with people who had been at death scenes?
Yes, sir.
And had you interacted with people who had received word of unexpected deaths?
Yes, sir.
And had you interacted with people who had received word of the death of their children or even adults who died unexpectedly?
Yes, sir.
And so without speculating as to Mr. Thrailkill's state of mind, based solely on your observations, how did the defendant's outward reaction when he heard Martin pass, I guess, compare with what you've observed in the past?
Mr. Thrailkill's response to the information that Martin had passed away wasn't consistent with my observations of other individuals who had been informed of a tragic death or unexpected death.
One moment. What were some of the observations that you had made with people in the past who had learned about these untimely deaths? How did it differ from Mr. Thrailkill's?
Individuals respond differently, but generally there was a period of time of immense emotion. How that was displayed was different between individuals. Sometimes people were highly quiet, but intense. Sometimes there was a lot of verbal acuity, people speaking loudly, and outward tears and emotions just boiling over. But I would just overly describe when people receive that type of information, it was very intense and uncomfortable is the best way to describe as a police officer, as somebody who's trying to process that information that you just shared with them.
Versus your observations of Mr. Thrailkill's behavior?
Yes, Mr. Thrailkill's behavior wasn't consistent with what I just described.
Did Mr. Thrailkill ever ask, and did you ever observe Mr. Thrailkill ask if he could get a ride to the hospital?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask anybody to watch his kids so he could drive himself to the hospital?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask about any concern for the health or welfare of Martin Osinski?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever ask once about Martin's condition before you told him?
Not that I recall.
When you told him Martin had died, did he even ask how he died?
Not that I recall.
After you interacted with Mr. Thrailkill, did you collect some information from a cell phone?
Yes, Officer Goodell got permission and consent from Mr. Thrailkill to search his cell phone, and Officer Goodell then got Mr. Thrailkill's cell phone and handed it to me.
Okay. And did you observe any of the phone numbers or information on the cell phone?
Yes, immediately I went and looked at the recent call history, and there had been two recently received cell phone calls on his phone.
Do you recall putting that information in the report that you mentioned earlier that summarized your involvement in this matter on July 2nd, 2016?
I did, sir.
Did you put to whom the calls were, the receiving calls? Did you put information like that in your report?
I did, sir.
Do you remember the details as to contact names or numbers that you put in your report?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Well, he's just asking if he recalls them.
I guess I'm
So
one
not
question.
actually what the numbers are, so I'm overruling the objection. Thanks.
Yeah, do you remember what information you saw, and do you remember putting that in your report?
Yes.
And do you remember what that information was?
Yes, I do, sir.
Objection calls for hearsay at this point.
He's just asking him if he remembers what the information is, not what the information actually was. So the objection's overruled.
And was the information related to calls going out and calls coming in?
Yes, sir.
And could you see that information just by looking at the timestamps on the phone itself?
Yes, there were timestamps, a text of who called and a phone number.
Great. And Without looking at your report, do you remember from whom those calls or to whom those calls were made and what times?
There was a call to a contact that was labeled dad.
Your Honor, motion to strike the hearsay that was just elicited.
Zentner,
Thank you, Judge. This is not a communicative assertion. This is information from a cell phone that was provided by the defendant to Mr. Evans. It's not hearsay. It's not a communicative assertion. It's just information from a cell phone, the face of a cell phone. To the extent the court does believe it's hearsay, it's the defendant's statements, really, the information that he put in his own phone. But it's just, it's identification of calls that were coming in terms of who, time, and phone number. And that's not hearsay, Judge. Thank you.
all right, the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Motion to strike.
And the jury's to disregard the witness's last statement. And let's see, is it Miss Ash who has her hand up from the jury box?
Someone just handed me a question that they wanted to have looked at.
Oh, one of the jurors did? Okay, so just wait until the end, ladies and gentlemen, of the witness's testimony. And then if you have a question, we'll ask you to hand those notes to the bailiff is how we'll do it. Sorry, I didn't describe that process better to y'all, but at the end of the witness's testimony, sometimes you'll think of a question and then they answer it along the way or something. And so just wait until the end and then the bailiff will collect any questions from you. Thanks so much. Mr. Zentner.
This address of 585 25 and a half road trailer 67, is that in Mesa County, Colorado?
It is.
And going back, I've asked you a lot of questions about the information in your report and how you documented things in your report. Nowadays, we hear a lot about body cam footage and that sort of thing. In 2016, did you guys on patrol actually show up with body cam and recording everything or not?
No, we did not have body worn cameras at the time of this incident.
Great, thank you. One moment, please. And Your Honor, if we could approach, please.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Feel free to stretch during our bench conferences, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Zentner.
One moment, Judge, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Oh, were you finished with your direct?
Yes,
Sorry,
Your Honor.
okay, I didn't understand that. Thanks, Ms. Marsuch, you're cross whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, so is it Mr. Evans now?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm referring to you properly.
Thank you,
So Mr. Evans, you were a police officer, I think you said from 2016 to 2020, is that right?
No, ma'am. From 2014 through the end of 2020, the beginning of 2021.
Okay, and that time was with the Grand Junction Police Department.
Yes, it was, ma'am.
About 2 years into your time as a police officer, that's when this case took place, right?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately that long.
Now, there were not body worn camera at that time, right?
No, there was not, ma'am.
So you were not wearing a body worn camera on July 2nd, 2016.
No, I was not, ma'am.
You were not using any other kind of recording device on that day either.
No, ma'am.
There wasn't any Grand Junction Police Department policy mandating that you record things either, right?
No, there was not at that time.
Right, because back then we just didn't have that capacity, right?
The Grand Junction Department did not have that capacity. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You did have the capacity, of course, to write reports, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's something that officers have done for decades and decades, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd agree with me that before things were recorded consistently on body worn camera, reports were relied on more, right?
And the individual officers. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because there was no recording of what had happened, right?
There was no body worn cameras. Yes, in this case. So
Okay.
yes.
So your report is vital for documenting evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you do receive different training as a police officer on how to document in your reports, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd agree with me it's important to be thorough in those reports, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To document everything and anything that might be of evidentiary value in a case.
Yep, to the best of our abilities. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that's what you did in this case, right?
To the best of my abilities. Yes, ma'am.
You knew that this was a case involving a deceased 6-year-old child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew it was extremely important for you to document everything and anything of evidentiary value in your report, right?
Is it important? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that when you were writing the report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier about some statements that Mr. Thrailkill made on July 2nd, 2016, okay?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to talk to you more about those.
Okay.
So you said that you overheard Mr. Thrailkill saying a potential cause of death of this child, right?
I said that may have caused this incident. At that, like I said, at that point, I don't know what caused his death.
Right. But the statement that you're saying you heard was that it was maybe a pillow, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That caused the death of this child, right?
I don't believe I said caused the death, but yeah, caused the issue. Yes. The incident.
Okay. And the incident is a deceased kid, right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So you overheard a suspect say this potential cause of death, maybe a pillow. You did not document that in your report.
No, I did not, ma'am.
Now, that wasn't the only thing that you heard Mr. Thrailkill say, right?
No, it was not the only thing I heard him say, ma'am.
You also said today that you heard Mr. Thrailkill positing that maybe Martin had hit his head, right?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Again, describing what had happened potentially to this dead child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, you did not document that in your report.
No, I did not, ma'am.
Now, you collected a statement from Mr. Thrailkill about what had happened kind of leading up to Martin going over to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was an initial account, not a prolonged interview, right?
No, it was a short interaction, ma'am.
Okay. And then he spoke with Officer Goodell too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, he was asked questions about what had happened leading up to Martin going to the hospital, right?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Officer Bridge came, right?
He was there prior to that interaction, prior to the initial response.
So then Officer Bridge also asked Mr. Thrailkill what had happened leading up to Martin going to the hospital, right?
I don't recall, ma'am, if he interviewed her as well. I mean, him as well.
Okay. You just recall your interview with him.
Yes, and some statements I overheard.
So you don't recall in excruciating detail everything about this case?
Not excruciating detail, no, ma'am.
Now, we were talking about, you had mentioned that Mr. Thrailkill was working on some paperwork, I think, with Officer Goodell
Yes, ma'am.
earlier, right? He was asking Mr. Thrailkill to have permission to collect his phone, right?
I believe, yes, he was filling out a consent to search his cell phone for him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Thrailkill gave that consent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was voluntary, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was voluntary.
He did not have to do that.
No, he did not, ma'am.
Officer Goodell also asked for consent to enter Unit 67, right?
I believe so. Yes, that's pretty standard procedure, ma'am.
Okay. And again, Mr. Thrailkill consented, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He let the officers go into his home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't obstruct their entry in any kind of way, right?
Not that I recall, ma'am. No.
That would be an important detail for you to recall, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he did not obstruct any kind of entry.
Yeah, like I said, not that I recall. Absolutely.
He let the officers go into the house and do their searching, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified earlier that you thought it was strange that he was outside when officers arrived. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This was a small home, right?
Yes, a single wide trailer is a small home. Yes, ma'am.
There were 2 children inside that small home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In the living room, right?
I don't recall exactly where they were inside the residence when we were there, ma'am.
Okay. They were asleep, right?
I do remember them being asleep. Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Thrailkill was just outside on the porch way into the small home, right?
There was a small porch on the front of the residence. Yes, ma'am. And that's where he was standing.
Yeah, that's where he was. He didn't run from police, right?
No, ma'am.
He didn't hide from police, right?
No, ma'am.
He didn't barricade himself somewhere away from the police, right?
No, ma'am.
He waited until the police came and he spoke to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He spoke to not only you, but the other officers as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He not only spoke to you, but he provided various consents for you to do your jobs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, part of him providing, his statement of what had occurred was a written statement, right?
I don't recall a written statement, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't recall if he was asked to fill out a written statement?
Shortly after my described interaction, I left and started answering other calls for service, ma'am. So after the document on the bottom there, and as Officer Goodell was speaking with him, I got asked to go and leave and go handle other calls for service.
Okay, so I see. So after you kind of got your initial kind of interaction, you pass it off to the next officer and they were doing their jobs on the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Thrailkill asked the other officers after you kind of passed off the case, right?
No, ma'am.
Because at that point you had kind of moved on to the next section of your job, right?
Yes.
Asked and answered. Objection.
Are you just leading for foundation purposes for your next question? or-
Yes.
Okay, the objection's overruled.
So you had testified earlier, right, that Mr. Thrailkill didn't ask you questions about what had happened to Martin, right?
That is true.
You don't know if he asked anyone else, though, right?
No, I do not know.
You testified earlier that that Mr. Thrailkill didn't ask you if he could go to the hospital, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. You testified earlier that Mr. Thrailkill didn't ask you if he could go to the hospital, right?
Yes, that is correct, ma'am.
You don't know if he asked anyone else that, right?
No, I do not know.
Now, I want to kind of talk a little bit more about what that setting was, right? Police were interviewing Mr. Thrailkill about what had happened on scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Police were searching his home, right?
I know Officer Bridge went into the residence and was going to take some pictures, but other than that, I don't know what he did.
Okay. And his children were there at the house, right?
There were children at the residence. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Thrailkill stayed on scene until the officers asked him to go to the police department, right?
That would have been after the time I was on scene, ma'am.
Okay, so that's just something you don't know, right?
Yes, again, after what I testified to, I went off and did other calls for service, ma'am.
Now let's shift and talk about your observations of Mr. Thrailkill's kind of demeanor when you did have this interaction with him, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said earlier that it just didn't match for you with other experiences that you've had with people receiving this kind of traumatic news, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You agree with me, though, that everyone responds differently.
Yes, ma'am.
You had said that in your experience, people would have, I think you used the words, an initial intense reaction, right?
Yes, ma'am.
An extreme reaction, right?
That sounds consistent with what I said. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you'd agree that you thought back in 2016 that Mr. Thrailkill initially acted extremely upset, right?
Yes.
He was able, after being extremely upset, to calm down, right?
Yes. In my report, it says quickly collected himself. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, collected himself to answer your questions, right?
Mine and Officer Goodell's. Yes, ma'am.
Right, and facilitate the police investigation into Martin's death.
Yes, ma'am.
I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Zentner, redirect, please.
Sure, Judge. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Evans, in terms of your testimony that you had to leave the scene to go on to other service calls, around midnight on a July evening in 2016, what would have been your staffing level with Grand Junction Police Department in terms of patrol officers?
At that time, we may have had approximately 5 officers and then a couple supervisors, so under 15 officers that were able to answer calls for service in Grand Junction.
In terms of Ms. Mersich asking you about noting Mr. Thrailkill's, I guess, lack of appropriate response, you did note in your report that his response to the news of Martin's death was not consistent with the expected response of a grieving parent.
Yes, that's what I wrote in my report, sir.
Back in 2016 and maybe even today, when patrol officers would respond to a scene where a crime may have been committed, but somebody had passed away. When responding to a scene where somebody had passed away, was it customary for patrol officers to go and have in-depth interviews with witnesses or suspects, or would you have left that to, you mentioned earlier in your testimony, there would have been sergeants or detectives on duty at the time?
So as a patrol officer at that time, and I would assume still, your job is for initially do those preliminary investigations, and then more complex crimes like a death investigation, a detective, a sergeant would make an evaluation of whether a detective will come out and take over the investigation. And I believe a sergeant at that time would have been the person who told me to go out and answer other calls for service.
And finally, going back to kind of the information you knew when you responded to trailer number 67 right over here at the trailer park. Did you have information that Darin Thrailkill was, a suspect and you were there to arrest him, or did you just know of him as the father to this child?
I didn't know who he was initially when we got the calls for service. All we had known is that a child was at the hospital and had some injuries that were concerning, and that he had prior been at that address of 585 28 and a half road, trailer number 67. We had no suspects, no initial concern at that point. We were just investigating what had happened.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ms. Marsic, can you recross?
No, thank
No?
you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the jury for the witness? If so, if you could write them down, and if you'd raise your hand and let me know you have a question, or there are no questions from the, oh, we do. Okay, I didn't see. Thanks. Thank you. So the bailiff has collected the question. If the lawyers could approach, please feel free to stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I do have a question for you from our jury, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the question is as follows. How do you know it was not shock or just overwhelming?
That's difficult to know in regards to what you're asking in regards to if it's to response of Mr. Thrailkill's response. Like I said, it just was not consistent to my prior observations when I saw somebody receiving that tragic information.
Mr. Zentner, any follow-up questions?
No, Judge.
Ms. Marsic?
No, thank you.
No. Any other questions from the jury for this witness? So if you'd raise a hand, you're all good. All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Sir, can I be released from my
Was he under
subpoena?
subpoena? And if so, is he released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
You're released from your subpoena and free to go. Thank you. You're welcome. Just a few minutes before noon, did you think it's a good time to take our lunch recess?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please be back to the jury commissioner's office on the third floor at 1:15, and we'll see you back then. Thanks. For the record, our jury's left the courtroom. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Yeah, I'll see y'all back at 1:30, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. Welcome back, everybody. And when we left off for our lunch recess, we were ready for the people's next witness. So Mr. Zentner, the people's next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. One moment. Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Dr. Dean Havlick.
Okay, doctor, if you can have a seat in the black chair by the microphone, and I'll give you an oath once you get seated. Thanks. You'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you. You're direct whenever you're ready, Mr. Zentner. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Havlick, could you please state and spell your name?
Sure, it's Dean Havlick, Havlik, first name Dean, Dean.
Thank you, sir. What do you do for a living?
I'm a general pathologist and a forensic pathologist. I'm based out of Grand Junction. My office is based out of Community Hospital here in Grand Junction.
You stated that you're a pathologist, a general pathologist, and a forensic pathologist. What's the difference between the two?
Sure, I practice both hospital pathology and forensic pathology. I am board certified in both hospital pathology and in forensics. Hospital pathology, in pathology, it's just like any other specialty like surgery or pediatrics or family practice. I decided to do my specialty in pathology, and pathology is the study of how disease affects humans. There's different specialties of pathology. Forensic pathology is one of those. I not only do general pathology, which is hospital-based pathology, meaning I oversee the lab at community hospital. I look at biopsies under the microscope a lot, diagnosing cancers and lung disease, heart disease, things like that for the hospital. But other part of my practice is forensic pathology. I'm board certified in forensics, and I am also the elected coroner here in Mesa County. And so I do a lot of autopsies determining how people die here in Mesa County.
Thank you, sir. You had testified that you, as the elected coroner, how long have you been the elected coroner here in Mesa County?
That's a little bit complicated. So here in Mesa County, we have term limits for the coroner. I was the elected coroner for 12 years. So here in Mesa County, you can serve as coroner for 3 terms of 4 years. I was the elected coroner from 2007 until 2019. So I served my 12 years, and then I got term limited for 4 years. So I had to sit out 4 years, and then I became coroner again. So in 2023. So I'm in my 3rd year of my 2nd stint as coroner. So in total, I've been the coroner about 15 years.
In terms of being the coroner and then you're the elected coroner for Mesa County, is that right?
Correct.
Your work as a pathologist and a forensic pathologist, who employs you in those capacities?
Well, as the coroner, the citizens of Mesa County employ me, I guess. I'm an elected position, so I serve the people of Mesa County for my coroner position. I have my own business. It's called the Pathology Group. As far as my pathology, when I have a contract with Community Hospital to do the laboratory work in the hospital pathology with Community Hospital. And then I also do autopsies for pretty much all the counties around in Western Colorado. Our office does autopsies not only for Mesa County, but for pretty much all of Western Colorado. So I'm employed with my own company, the Pathology Group, but also the elected coroner, so an employee of Mesa County.
When you offer opinions in terms of autopsy reports, is that stem from your work as a forensic pathologist? Is that the experience that you bank on for that?
Yes, for sure.
In terms of, just a couple more questions on this, in terms of being the elected coroner, somebody who does an autopsy on an unattended death has to be a certified forensic pathologist, is that right?
Here in Colorado, there is a statute that states that to do a forensic autopsy, you must be a board certified forensic pathologist. And that's a good thing to have. That's important. And so here in Colorado, to do a forensic based autopsy, like in this case, you have to be a board certified forensic pathologist.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with exhibits? I provided counsel for the record, exhibits 600, 602, 601, 333, 334, 335, and then 603 through 609. And then also 612 and 610. May I approach?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I didn't
For the
keep
record.
track of all of them, but we'll get back to it. You can continue to approach with your witness as well, Mr. Zentner. Thanks for asking them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before I ask you about that statute, sir, that you mentioned, most coroners, are you part of a coroners association here in Colorado?
Our office is part of the Colorado Coroners Association, which is the group that oversees or helps with the coroner's office here in Colorado. Yes,
Are most coroners in Colorado forensic pathologists?
they are not. So there's very few forensic pathologists in the U.S. Here in Colorado, there's about 15 board certified forensic pathologists. In Colorado, most are centered in the Denver area. And here in Western Colorado, I'm a board certified forensic pathologist here in Western Colorado. I have two other board certified forensic pathologists actually work with me and under me that help our office out and also serve Western Colorado. Most elected coroners in Colorado are not. They're usually are not forensic pathologists. They're usually lay people that hire forensic pathologists to be their consultants, basically. So I do help other counties around us, the lay coroners around us that help with their forensic pathology questions and autopsies.
Great. Last question on this issue. If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 612. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the coroner's statutes, some of the coroner's statutes, and it basically, it's one of the statutes that specifies who can.
For the witness reading, I guess this content is.
Okay, and did you say exhibit 612?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, the list I have is different, I think.
Thank you. 611. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
So this is 600. Okay. I think that's 612, Judge. Is that what you have?
Mine is labeled 612.
Okay, thank you.
We'll update the court's list. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I think I overheard a paralegal say that 612 and 611 need to be reversed on the property list. Is that right?
Great.
Okay, thank you. I can just do that myself.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And then in terms of the objection, Judge, I have a couple follow-up questions for Dr. Havlick.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Havlick, you had mentioned the law that requires autopsies of when a death is apparently non-natural, that an autopsy must be conducted by a forensic pathologist. The exhibit marked for identification purposes is 612. Does that appear to be that law?
Yes.
Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing, the people would seek to introduce into evidence the law 30-10-606.5. Thank you.
Do you have an objection, Ms. Marasich?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Oh, sure. Thank you. Right, the objection to Exhibit 612 is sustained.
Dr. Havlick, are you authorized by law to perform anatomical autopsies in a situation where a death is non-natural?
Yes.
What are other types of professions that wouldn't be allowed to perform such an autopsy?
Basically, every other profession. The only profession that is authorized is a forensic pathologist.
Thank you. You had talked a little bit about your role in conducting autopsies as a forensic pathologist. The first thing I'd like to ask you is what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is performed to help determine cause and manner of death. And it again, it's done by a forensic pathologist. And an autopsy goes through a stepwise fashion. First, we do an external exam looking for any external injuries, documenting all those, and then doing an internal exam. That's what a typical autopsy is done in that sequence fashion. Then we also examine medical records. We perform toxicology on most cases, and we write an autopsy report. So there's a lot that goes into doing a forensic autopsy.
Right. In terms of a forensic autopsy and the manner that you just laid out, the general process, examining external, internal, medical records, toxicology, is the way you do an autopsy similar in most cases in terms of how you get receipt of a body and how you get to work?
It is. It's pretty standardized as far as how we perform our duties. Yes.
I'll talk to you a little bit more about the standardization of that and that process. How many autopsies have you done, head to toe anatomical autopsies where you're hands on a body and you're examining internal, external, things like that?
I'm pretty good at keeping track of my numbers with things like this. So I've done 4,636.
Out of the 4,636 head to toe, hands-on autopsies, how many of those, let me ask you this. In terms of an autopsy, the primary goals in terms of your findings in an autopsy are what?
Primary goals is to determine cause and manner of death, and again, documenting any and all injuries appropriately, and making sure we're signing the death certificate accurately. And again, our two main goals is determining cause and manner of death. Cause of death meaning why the person died: gunshot wound, stab wound, heart attack, strangulation. Those are all causes of death. And then manner of death, here in Colorado, we have 5 choices for manner of death that we have to pigeonhole each death into, and that's homicide, accident, suicide, natural, and undetermined. So each death gets pigeonholed into one of those. So cause and manner of death are numbers 1 and 2 goals.
The 4,636 autopsies that you've done, what percentage of those have had a manner of death of homicide?
Well, I just looked at those numbers recently, and I've done about 170 homicides.
So in terms of a percentage, 3.5%,
Yeah, that
something
sounds
like
about
that.
right. Yes.
All right. In your role, in your experience in training as a forensic pathologist, what's the difference between anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology?
That's what I was getting at when I first started my testimony. Hospital pathology is anatomic and clinical pathology. Clinical pathology is basically overseeing a laboratory, like what I do. I oversee the laboratory at community hospital. I'm essentially responsible for all the lab tests that come out of community hospital. My name is on all the laboratory reports, and it's under my name that it ensures that the laboratory is putting out quality results and accurate results. So that's what a clinical pathology is. Anatomic pathology is basically looking at it in the microscope, diagnosing cancers, looking at lung pathology, looking at heart pathology, things of that sort. That's what anatomic pathology. And forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology.
In terms of your education and training, can you summarize that?
Sure. After college, I went to my undergraduate school at Arizona State University, got my undergraduate degree there. Then I went off to medical school at Medical College of Pennsylvania, which is in Philadelphia. Got my MD degree there, spent 4 years in Philadelphia. Then I did my residency in pathology, just like a surgeon does a residency in surgery, a pediatrician does residency in pediatrics. I did my residency in pathology. That took 5 years. Part of that 5 years at University of New Mexico, I did 1 year neuropathology fellowship, meaning 1 year of intensive training in brain pathology. And then after my 5 years of residency in brain pathology, I did a 1 year forensic pathology fellowship. During that 1 year, you're basically intense training and doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death. So 14 years after high school was the training I received.
In terms of your CV or your expanded resume, if I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 610. Do you see that?
Yes,
What is that?
that, just like you stated, that is my CV.
Okay. And does that include the things that you've discussed so far, plus licenses and certifications, professional memberships, honors, committees, teaching experience, and presentation, special interest, abstracts, manuscripts, manuals, things like that?
It does.
Your Honor, people would seek to introduce into evidence 612. I'm sorry, 610. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this is hearsay. I can approach for further argument.
Mr. Zentner, do you want to respond or?
Your Honor, Rule 702, I think it goes to the skills, experience, training, education of this witness. Thank you.
You can approach Ms. Marsich. Feel free to stretch.
Grad, what licensure and certifications do you have?
I'm licensed to practice medicine in Colorado, and I am board certified in both general pathology and also forensic pathology.
What does it mean to be board certified in general and then with respect to both of those areas?
Yeah, so that just means that I've done the necessary training. I completed a pathology residency, and I've completed a forensic pathology fellowship. And then after completing that training, we undergo an intense board examination that we have to pass. So it just says that I basically have done the training and also passed the examinations to become certified.
What do you do in order to maintain your skills and expertise as a forensic pathologist?
That's important. It's important to me to stay up to date on the literature with both general pathology and forensic pathology. I attend meetings each year, including a forensic pathology, our main forensic pathology meeting, which was actually just a week ago. So I attend those each year and stay up to date on the literature.
In terms of any developments in the area of autopsies and determining objectively manner, cause of death, things like that, what do you do to stay on top of that?
Again, review the literature constantly, attend the national meetings each year, and basically stay up to date on everything.
Professional memberships, do you have any of those?
I am. I'm a member of our two main forensics organization, which is the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then also the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Those are the two forensics organizations. Then I'm also a member of three hospital general pathology organizations, the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathology, and then the ASCP, which is American Society of Clinical Pathologists, and then also the College of American Pathologists. So 5 organizations.
Have you received awards from your work as a forensic pathologist and medical doctor?
I have, yes, I am in the National Honor Society for Medicine. That's the American organization that has the National Society, and yes, and that's the main one. I've also was the Professional of the Year for Mesa County. That was very nice and very important to me. That was a couple years ago. So yes.
Thank you. What committees are you on, and how do those factor into your work as a forensic pathologist?
In forensics, I am one of the inspectors for offices for the National Association of Medical Examiners. So I once a year, I go inspect other offices to make sure they're following all the standards and practicing forensic pathology appropriately. So on a national level, I am one of the inspectors for that. So like last year, I inspected Mayo Clinic, which was a great experience for me. So I inspected Mayo Clinic's lab and made sure Mayo Clinic was doing the appropriate things forensically. So
Go ahead.
so that's the main forensics type of committee I'm on.
In terms of just related to your work as a coroner, as a pathologist, as a forensic pathologist, are you also on the board of directors at Community Hospital?
I just got term limited off there. That was an 8-year term that I just got term limited just a few months ago, but I was on the board of the Community Hospital, yes.
What experience and training do you have in terms of, I'm sorry, not training, what experience do you have in terms of teaching experience and presentations?
I've done a number of presentations in the past and teaching. Of course, here in Mesa County, we're not a teaching institute where I'm at now. It's not a university type setting where I'm at now, but we do get medical students and rotate through on occasion. But because we're not at a university-based setting, it's not frequent.
In terms of any special interest that are related to forensic pathology or just special interests that you have?
Yes, brain pathology is one of my special interests. I did a year of fellowship in brain pathology, neuropathology. So that is one of my interests, is neuropathology.
Thank you. What are abstracts when it comes and manuscripts when it comes to documenting those on your CV?
I've done a number of manuscripts, which are basically articles, scholarly articles that get published in medical literature. So I've done a number of those. Most of those are forensics related, and a lot of them are related to brain pathology and pediatric pathology. An abstract is basically just a summary of a research type of situation someone has done. So I've done a few of those.
In terms of one of your manuscripts, do you recall a manuscript, an autopsy and medicine case of the month, incidental and not so incidental findings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And when you go into an autopsy, do you have your mind made up? How do you guard against maintaining objectivity and determining the cause and manner of death?
That's very important to remain unbiased on every case that we investigate. We are our own office. We do not work for the DA's office. We don't work for the defense. We are our own office, and we are obligated to find the truth and to discover the facts and present them to law enforcement, present them to the attorneys, and come to conclusions about cause and manner of death. There should be no bias involved, and there is not with our office. That's very important. We go into each case with an open mind, with trying to figure out the facts and what the cause and manner of death is.
You had testified earlier as to those 4,636 hands-on autopsies you've done, and a fraction of those resulted in the manner of death being homicide. Do you ever disagree with police?
Yes, that is not, yes, we are sometimes have differences of opinion, and we work that out and we talk, and sometimes they still don't agree, and other times they come around. So yes.
Thank you. And then the last thing.
The bench, sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you.
Feel free to stretch. All right, sorry, you can proceed when you're ready, Mr. Zentner. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And the last thing I want to ask you, your name was brought up yesterday, I think, by one of the jurors in terms of basketball and this blackout. What community involvement do you have here?
Well, that's another thing that's very important to me. I really enjoy giving back to the community. So I'm the head of a nonprofit here in Mesa County called GJ Blackout, and we recently just opened a youth sports facility, and that is again giving back to the community, and this is just my way of doing that.
In terms of autopsies, you've explained what those are and your role in those and the number that you've done. Are all deaths go through an autopsy or an examination?
They do not. A lot of people may think that every death gets an autopsy. That is not true. It's actually a minority of deaths get an autopsy. Our office investigates about 40% of deaths here in Mesa County. If a person dies at a hospital and it's under the care of a physician and it's an obvious natural death, then our office won't get involved. Our office gets involved with any violent death, any death that is a concern to the community, to law enforcement, to attorneys, and also any violent death we get involved in. And of those cases, we don't necessarily do an autopsy in all of them. We do an autopsy in only about 10% of deaths in Mesa County. And the cases that get an autopsy are those violent deaths, potential homicides get an autopsy. Any motor vehicle accident will get an autopsy. Any suicide will get an autopsy. So any death that there's a suspicion of a violent nature.
Thank you. Out of those 4,636 head-to-toe autopsies you've done, do you have an idea of how many, what percentage you've done on children?
Yes, I actually just looked at that number today, this morning before I came here, because I thought that question would come up. 270 children. And when I say children, it's 18 and under.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the people would seek to qualify Dr. Havlick as an expert to provide opinions in forensic pathology, including but not limited to cause and manner of death.
Do you have an objection, Ms. Marisic?
No objection.
I do find the doctor is so qualified, he'll be allowed to express his opinions in that area. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology and offered opinions in terms of cause and manner of death?
This is the testimony number 101 for me. Of those 101, there have been a few where it did not involve a deceased person. So as far as determining cause and manner of death, meaning someone had to die, I would say in the 80s, somewhere in the 80s.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, in preparation for today, do you recall in early July of 2016 conducting a complete anatomical autopsy on a 6-year-old named Martin Osinski?
Yes.
How did you become involved in that case?
So that, again, at that time, I was the elected coroner. The elected coroner is the person, I think of that person as the case coordinator of the death. They're the ones that review medical records, decide if an autopsy needs to be done, things of that sort. So I found out about the death from our investigators. Our office employs investigators that are the ones that go to the scene, go to the hospital, basically pick up the body and bring the body to us. Our investigators also do their own investigation aside from law enforcement. So my investigator basically informed me of this death.
You had testified earlier that you tried to conduct autopsies similarly in terms of your review of the body for external injuries, internal injuries, reviewing medical records, relevant medical records, and then also toxicology. Was that the case in 2016? Is that the same process you followed?
It is, yes.
In terms of your actual autopsy report, did you try to follow the same outline for each of your autopsy reports?
Yes.
Why do you, as a forensic pathologist who's done so many of these autopsies, why do you try to have some consistency, at least in the method of your examination?
That can be important for any pathologist. That way you're not skipping steps. If you do things repetitively in every case, then you're going to be more uniform with your work. You're going to be more accurate with your work. It's basically practice when you think about it. So it's good to have a stepwise fashion when you do anything in life, and forensic pathology is no different.
In terms of medical records that you talked about earlier and the history of a case that presents to you, is it common for forensic pathologists to at least consider medical records and the reason why a body is coming into their examination room?
Yes, the autopsy is not everything in cases. Autopsy is just one piece of the puzzle, and you cannot take autopsy results. You can't take those results in a box. You have to consider everything, and it's important to review medical records. It's important to review the investigator reports, not only our investigators, but law enforcement investigation. It's important to take into account some witness statements. It's important to take into account drug studies. So it's important to take everything into account on every case to come to your conclusions.
Thank you. And then in terms of how Martin Osinski appeared on your radar in early July of 2016, you had testified that you did have some information. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that information that is reasonably relied upon by experts in your field, forensic pathologists, in getting started on your examination?
Yes.
What information did you have about Martin Osinski?
Again, this was 9 years ago, but my memory is pretty clear on this case. What I remember about the case was that a family member brought his body into the ER and was basically pronounced dead very in close proximity after the child was brought into the ER. And so I knew that information. I had some basic medical records about some history of the child. I knew a bit about the child maybe being swimming at one point in time close to the few days before his death. I knew about a possible history of asthma. I knew also he may have been ill for a few days, possibly before his death, but that was a little vague. Those are the main things.
And did you have some information from the emergency room in terms of any life-saving measures that were taken there, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And what was that?
He underwent CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. A tube was placed down his mouth to get oxygen to his lungs, to try to get oxygen to his lungs to help him try to breathe again. Those were the main things.
Do you recall then doing an autopsy investigation and writing a post-mortem examination report that summarized your findings into the the cause and manner of death of Martin Osinski?
Yes.
If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 600. Do you see that?
Yes.
And
Sorry.
what is that?
That is my autopsy report.
Okay. And does that contain, a summary of the information that you had with respect to Martin Osinski?
Yes.
And does that contain the process and the outline that you would follow in your autopsies that you would conduct in similar cases?
Yes.
Thank you. And does that ultimately also contain your opinion in terms of the cause and manner of death here?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, people would seek to admit into evidence People's Exhibit 600.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Mr. Zentner, you have to respond.
Thank you, Judge. Can I ask a few more questions?
Oh, sure.
This post-mortem examination report, that's your autopsy report, is that right?
Yes.
Those 4,636 autopsies, did all of those have autopsy reports that went along with them?
Yes.
In terms of how you keep these reports in your office, do you document the information in these reports near in time to when you receive information and when you actually do the exams?
Yes. I do have a personal goal to try to get everything complete, including the report, within 30 days after the autopsy.
And when you sign off on a report, is it because you're the one who actually received information and did these examinations?
Yes.
And in terms of prepping these reports, do you prep those and do so as part of your regular activity as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And is it regular for you to keep these reports in your business and to generate these reports?
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, in terms of the overall report, does that contain your opinions with respect to to whatever death investigation that you're doing?
Yes.
And in this case, the exhibit marked for identification purposes is 600. Is that the same here too? That all of those things I just walked you through is the same for Martin Hosinski's post-examination autopsy report?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Pursuant to 703 and 8036, I would ask the court to admit this into evidence in terms of business, and that 8036 business includes profession, occupation, and calling of every kind, whether for profit or nonprofit. Thank you.
Ms. Marisic, do you have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense's position is still that this is hearsay, that exception has not been sufficiently met, and allowing this into evidence would violate Mr. Thrailkill's state and federal constitutional rights. Thank you.
The objections overruled. Exhibit 600 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. On page 1 of 600, and if I could publish 600, please. Thank you, Ms. Weimer. Thank you. Dr. Havlick, that first page of the postmortem examination report, your autopsy report of the death of Martin Osinski, that contains your opinions with respect to the cause of death and manner of death. Is that right?
Yes.
There's a part up there that says other significant conditions. What would be the type of information that you would put there?
What goes in there often, especially in adults, is risk factors for like heart disease, like cigarette smoking would go there. If we were concerned about, like in a child, if we were concerned about some type of natural disease that would contribute to the death, that would go in there. In this particular case, there wasn't anything significant. Everything was pretty clear cut by the cause of death, and that was it. There was nothing else that would contribute to this death.
Thank you. In terms of that opinion paragraph, is that kind of the 35,000-foot summary of your opinion and your review of this matter?
Yes.
and your signature and then the date there.
Yes.
That date hasn't happened, but was that 2016?
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. That is a typo in this report. That it should be 2016. So the 0 and the 1 is interposed there. So I
Thank you.
apologize for that.
I'd like to point our attention to page 2, please. Those, page 2 is, again, following through your normal process or protocol on authoring your autopsy reports. That information at the top is information related to Martin Osinski, and that's information you received from the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, it's basically demographic information, date of birth, date of death, things of that sort.
The date of death being listed as Saturday, July 2nd, 2016.
Yes,
The pronounced dead by Saba Rizvi, medical doctor.
yes.
All right, thank you. The law enforcement agency investigating the death, Grand Junction Police Department, that one shows Detective Prescott. In terms of your actual examination here, is it common for you to have people observing your actual anatomical autopsies?
It is. It's fairly frequent that law enforcement does attend the autopsies, and that is good for both of us. It's good for me to try to understand certain things about the investigation. It's good for them, so I can pass information about the autopsy that I'm seeing firsthand. So it's a good interaction to pass information back and forth when law enforcement is at the autopsy.
Thank you. In terms of that section, body transported by MCCO, is that the Mesa County Coroner's Office?
It is, yes.
Who's Chuck Nelson?
Chuck was an awesome investigator with our office. He is now retired, but he was basically I would say was my best investigator I've ever had. So he was one of our investigators.
What were some of Chuck's duties in 2016?
He was one of our investigators. He would be the gentleman that would go to the scene, collect the body, talk to the family. These investigators are also the ones that notify next of kin that their loved one has died. So if it's a motor vehicle accident on I-70, our investigators are the ones that end up at the family's door, and it's a really hard job. So the investigators, Chuck would also be the one talking to family, doing the initial talk with law enforcement, and then eventually I also get involved with the discussion with law enforcement.
The date and time of postmortem examination. You actually did this autopsy on July 4th at 11 a.m.
Yes.
Why did you think it was important to come in on a holiday, or why would you have come in on a holiday to do an examination in this type of case?
Yes, and my system is still the same today as it was 9 years ago. I try hard not to do autopsies on the weekends, not only to give me a break, but to give my office a break, my assistants a break. In this particular case, July 4th was a Monday. When we wait over the weekend, as you can imagine, on some weekends, we
had talked about Chuck Nelson. Would Chuck Nelson, was some of his responsibilities be like, if you collected certain things, certain evidence from an autopsy, would he sometimes deliver that to law enforcement and document that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. The autopsy observer and assistant, the observer was Ed Prescott of the Grand Junction Police Department. And then, of course, Chuck Nelson assisted you in this exam. Is that right?
Yes.
Getting into your examination of Martin Osinski, the external examination, what is that?
Again, the autopsy is done in a stepwise fashion. The external examination details all the findings, the height, the weight, hair color, eye color, all the external features of the body.
And a paper bag encloses each hand. Is that common that you see that as the forensic pathologist?
On any case that we're concerned that there may be some violence involved with the death, our investigators are instructed to put paper bags over the hands just in case there's some evidence on the hand, under the fingernails, things of that sort.
in terms of any evidence here related to your cause, the cause of death that you opined here and the manner of death is what, sir?
Cause of death was asphyxia due to strangulation, and the manner of death was homicide.
Thank you. I'm going to refer you back to the cause and manner probably a couple times. But in terms of when you write this autopsy report, is it sequential basically? So one of the first things you do is that the external examination?
Yes.
At what point did you start seeing that there could be some evidence of criminality here?
Well, right off the bat, it was pretty obvious. He had some injuries to the outside of his neck, to the skin of his neck, and then he had very pronounced petechiae, which I'm sure you'll ask about here in a bit, but he had very pronounced petechiae on his face, and that was evident pretty much right off the bat.
What is petechiae?
Petechiae is a fancy word basically for small blood vessels that basically burst, and you can see them in a few things. One of the first things you think of when you see petechiae is that why they happen is that if there was some type of pressure above where the blood is flowing. So petechiae again are little small vessels that are bursting, and it's because of a pressure effect. And they're usually on the face, and especially in strangulation cases, you may see them on the face, in the eyes, in the mouth. Those are common places to see petechiae in strangulation cases. Sometimes you see petechiae in strangulation cases, sometimes you don't. I see them about half the time in strangulation cases, petechiae. If you don't see them, it doesn't mean it's not a strangulation case, but if you do see them, it's just another sign that it could be strangulation.
When does petechiae occur? Like in those cases in strangulation that you've seen it happen, and in this case with Martin Ozinski, when does that occur?
That occurs pretty much right at the time of the event, right at the time of strangulation. So when there's some type of pressure on the neck, the petechiae will happen pretty much right away.
And does that occur when the person is still alive?
Yes.
Can it happen after they are, if in a strangulation case, strangled to death?
Can it happen if someone's strangled? Yes.
Can it happen after they're strangled to death and they die?
No. That is not, petechiae do not happen after death. It's a phenomenon that happens while a person is still alive.
In terms of the other causes of petechiae, you've testified today that one cause is strangulation. What are some other causes?
CPR can cause a few petechiae. You can see with CPR, you can see in some people a few petechiae here and there. Not like in this case. This case was impressive. Petechiae pretty much all over the face and in the eyes and mouth. So with CPR, you can see a few sometimes. You can see it with really bad coughing fits, hiccups, things like that. But again, just a few here and there, not a pronounced way as in this case.
You had testified that in CPR, you see just a few petechiae in the instances you've seen it. Is that the same with coughing and hiccups?
Yes.
And what would be the difference in your observations here in terms of the petechiae you saw versus petechiae you've seen with respect to other causes like CPR, coughing, hiccups, that sort of thing?
Yeah, again, in this case, it was the petechiae were very impressive. Probably the most I've ever seen in a death. And you do not see that pronouncement of petechiae with with natural type of events such as coughing or CPR. So they were impressive. It was just, again, petechiae in this case was just one of the findings that would indicate a possible strangulation.
You had testified earlier with respect to what really got you thinking maybe something was happening here. You had mentioned some injuries to the exterior part of the neck. What did you?
Yes. So besides the petechiae, he did have obvious and prominent injuries to his neck, some abrasions, some scrapes on his neck. And there was 4 particular ones on his neck on the outside. So this is during the external exam. And he also had injuries internally, but on his external exam, there were those scrapes on his neck.
Those scrapes and your observations of the external injuries that you just testified about, do you have an opinion whether or not those are consistent or not with strangulation?
They're very consistent with the strangulation, yes.
Why do you say that?
They're in a particular pattern. They could be fingernail marks. Some of those patterns could be from fingernail marks. I can't say for sure it was fingers that caused those skin abrasions on his neck. It could be some type of object. It could be a fist. It could be a hand. It could be finger marks. It could be an object that caused these injuries. So, but it was definitely consistent with strangulation. And strangulation doesn't necessarily mean with someone's hands. It could be an object like something pressed against the neck. So all those are possibilities based on those injuries.
Could those marks be caused by the victim's own fingers if they're trying to defend themselves as they're being strangled?
I guess it's possible to get fingernail marks like that on someone. In this particular case, especially with the internal injuries that he had, the internal injuries he had would not be consistent with someone doing that to themselves.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about your internal examination here. The identifying marks and scars, is that a fancy way to say like a birthmark? Did Martin Hosinski as a 6-year-old have that birthmark?
He had that birthmark on his left arm, correct.
Evidence of medical treatment. Why is that important for you to document evidence of medical treatment? You talked about CPR earlier, that sort of thing, but why do you think it's important to document what you think is evidence of medical treatment versus injuries that you think may be caused by, in this case, strangulation?
It is important to document all evidence of medical treatment. Sometimes medical treatment can be confused for injuries that happened during life. So it's important to document those, making sure that medical treatment is not a true injury that the person received before they got medical treatment. In this particular case, he did have a few abrasions that were caused by each EKG pads. Basically, these EKG pads looked like they were basically ripped off his skin, causing a little mark because they had a very, very characteristic pattern of that. So it's important for the pathologist to not get confused about medical treatment causing true injuries that contributed to the death.
The evidence of medical treatment that was done on Martin, were those different than the injuries that you testified about earlier, that in terms of the most petechiae you've ever seen and the marks around his neck?
Yes, very different.
If we could go to the next page, please, that would be page 3 of your report. And then you start getting into the evidence of the injury, the head and neck, the torso and extremities. Is that common for you to examine in that order?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the head and neck, those injuries, were those charted?
Yes.
So evidence of injury, those injuries that you noted on head and neck, torso and extremities, did you actually chart those as you were going through this examination?
When you say chart, you mean like write notes to myself on a diagram? Is that what
Yes.
you mean? Yes.
If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes is People's Exhibit 601. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is, just like you stated, that is my body, what I call a body diagram. And that's basically, this document is basically for me, it's my notes that I take during the autopsy, and it helps me write my report.
And are those simply just notes of your observations that you're making as you're going through your head to toe physical autopsy of Martin in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would seek to introduce 601.
Is there any objection?
Let me just find it.
Oh, sure.
Yes, Your Honor, we're objecting to hearsay similar to our objection for the same reasons for 600.
Want to respond, Mr. Zentner?
Thank you, Judge. I think Dr. Havlick has said this is just a contemporaneous notations that he's making of his real observations as he's going through the examination of Martin's autopsy.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 601 is admitted.
Thank you. We're going to come back to 601 and this section. I want to get through this and start the internal examination here. What, in terms of internal examination, why do you also, as a forensic pathologist, and you want to do a thorough job in terms of examining head to toe body, why do you do this internal examination?
Again, do it in a stepwise fashion. External exam, we document all injuries, identifying marks, things of that sort. And then internally, we have to do the same thing. We have to basically document all injuries internally, document any natural disease internally, just to be complete and to make sure we do a complete autopsy, get a complete look at the body.
The cardiovascular and the respiratory system, give us some examples of what that means.
Cardiovascular system, that's basically looking at the heart, looking at all the vessels, the main vessels in the body, the aorta, things of that sort. His heart and vessels were all normal.
Respiratory system?
That's the lungs, in the airways, basically the trachea, the windpipe in the lungs. His lungs were very normal.
At this point in your examination of Martin Hodzinski, do you actually have to open him up, cut into him, and actually go hands-on with these organs?
Yes, we do each internal examination in a stepwise fashion, just like everything else. And it is done similarly in each case where we enter the chest cavity and abdominal cavity and also the brain.
The lungs, the respiratory system, did you actually examine Martin Hodzinski's lungs for any evidence of respiratory illness?
Yes, very closely.
And what did you find, if anything?
Essentially nothing. His lungs were very normal. No evidence of natural disease, no evidence of asthma, no evidence of pneumonia. He had healthy lungs.
When you examined Martin's neck organs, what abnormalities did you find there, if any?
So with the neck organs, and I must add, higher up in the autopsy report, the internal neck injuries are in the evidence of injury section of the report.
Okay.
In the neck, he had very significant internal injuries in his neck. He had bruises, hemorrhages in the neck muscles that were very characteristic of strangulation type injuries.
The bruises within the neck muscles, you couldn't have seen those unless you did a hands-on autopsy where you looked into those organs. Is that right?
That is true.
Walk us through the layers of the neck muscle in terms of where this injury and this bruising and hemorrhaging that you saw was located.
Yes, so there's several layers of muscles in your neck. The vessels in your neck are protected by these muscles in the neck. And there's at least 4 layers of muscles in the neck. He had bruises, hemorrhages on the neck muscles, basically in the second layer. So he had the external injuries, the scrapes on his skin, and then he had those bruises in the neck muscles.
In terms of the location of the bruises here, is it common for people to have bruises or hemorrhaging where you found them in Martin's body?
It is. So strangulation deaths are very interesting type deaths. Sometimes we'll see external injuries. Like in this case, we saw external injuries on his skin of his neck. Sometimes we don't see any external injuries on certain people, but you see a lot of internal injuries. And sometimes we see both external injuries on the skin and also internal injuries in the muscles of the neck, like we do in this case. He not only had it on the outside, but also on the inside. And very characteristic, these injuries of strangulation.
Those injuries that you noted and the hemorrhaging, what is hemorrhaging?
Basically bruises. Anytime you get a bruise on your skin, it's basically hemorrhage, just bleeding in the soft tissues of your body. So A contusion is a fancy word for a bruise. So, and a bruise is a slightly less fancy word for hemorrhage, and a hemorrhage is a slightly fancy word for bleeding. So bleeding, hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, all kind of mean the same in this particular case.
Given that location of the hemorrhaging and the injuries that you saw inside of Martin's neck, do you have an opinion on whether or not it would take more pressure or force or trauma to cause that type of injury than, say, something to the exterior of the neck?
You could say that. You could say it took a fair amount of pressure to cause those hemorrhages, the bruising in those muscles of his neck than if you just saw external injury. Yes.
Thank you. If I could point your attention, please, to page 4. The various systems that you have here, walk us through those. If you could pronounce those for us,
Sure.
I want you to do the justice.
Yeah. And we talked about the cardiovascular system and the respiratory system already. In other systems in the body, which is the liver, that's the hepatobiliary system, the liver, the pancreas, the gallbladder. That's what hepatobiliary system is. And those are all normal in him. Lymphoreticulator system is basically the spleen, the lymph nodes, thymus gland. That's the lymphoreticulator system, all normal in him again. The genitourinary system, that's kidneys, bladder, ureters, prostate, all normal in him. And then if you go down further is the brain, the central nervous, I believe that's endocrine system is next. That's like adrenal glands, thyroid gland, any gland, again, normal in him. And musculoskeletal system is bones and soft tissues. On that musculoskeletal system, he did have abnormalities. That's why I said, except as previously described in that sentence. The abnormalities in his musculoskeletal system included those bruises in his neck. That were his abnormalities in that system. But besides the bruises in his neck, his bones and muscles were all normal. The central nervous system is the brain and the spinal cord, all normal.
You have a section in here called microscopic examination. Do you work as a forensic pathologist and you do these autopsies? Is it common for you to take tissue slides?
It is. I do that on every case. I look at tissue under the microscope on essentially all autopsies I do. There may be a rare one I don't. But on 95% or more of autopsies I do, I look at all the major organs under the microscope.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
What's the purpose of you taking tissue slides and taking a look under the microscope?
Sometimes a pathologist is surprised. An organ will look normal just to your naked eye, but when you put the tissue under the microscope, there will be some abnormalities. So it's important to be complete and to examine the tissue under the microscope, especially in a case like this, especially in a child. It's important to make sure there's no underlying abnormalities.
In terms of your microscopic examination of Martin's body, his internal body, what abnormalities presented basically when you were looking under the microscope at those slides?
He had no abnormalities. He just had, again, his mate, really the only internal abnormality he had at autopsy was his neck injuries. He was a very healthy kid, no anatomic abnormalities. I looked at his lungs closely under the microscope, looked at several sections, and I detailed that in my microscopic examination. The reason I did that, because I knew there was this vague history of a possible asthma, which a lot of kids have. A lot of kids get diagnosed with childhood asthma. And I knew that, so I wanted to look at his lungs very closely. And his lungs under the microscope were normal. They did not have any of the findings for asthma, no findings for pneumonia. He had very normal lungs, and that was important to note in this case, just to make sure we were being complete with that. Asthma and pneumonia has very characteristic findings that are usually pretty obvious under the microscope, and he did not have those. He had very normal lungs.
In terms of these slides, how many slides did you take of Martin here?
I don't recall many, so at least I believe like 20 or so.
Okay, and the slides that you took, just describe for the jury, just so we have an idea of, are those, they're for microscopic examination, the end product, but are they just chunks of certain organs? What does that look like?
You can say chunks, I guess. They're basically little pieces of the tissue. We process them in a very, and I do that in my own laboratory. We process that tissue and they end up on a glass slide after a pretty extensive processing. And they end up on glass slide that way, and they get stained with various dyes. So you can look at them under the microscope. So it's a step-long process to get a piece of tissue on a slide.
What is disseminated intravascular coagulation?
So disseminated intravascular coagulation, that's the short term for that is DIC. That is a phenomenon that happens most commonly in people that have a bad infection. Say you have a bad pneumonia or a bad urinary tract infection. That infection can spread throughout the body, get in the blood, and they cause this DIC, the disseminated intravascular coagulation. And that's when basically you'll get little hemorrhages in various parts of the body. He did not have that. He did not have disseminated intravascular coagulation. He didn't have, for one thing, he didn't have an infection to cause that, and he did not have that phenomenon.
And did you find any evidence in your examination of Martin Osinski that he aspirated on his vomit as a primary cause of death?
He did not. No, that is something that did not happen.
And then just to tell the jury why you believe that, what was the process of your examination to make you comfortable with that opinion?
Well, first off, people don't die, especially a kid. They don't die when they vomit. That is not something that happens. Usually die of other things, but not from vomiting and swallowing vomit. That's not something that people die of. In his particular case, he did not have food particles deep in his lungs. He did not have any evidence of aspirating vomit.
You had testified that you didn't find any evidence of pneumonia or lung disease or asthma during your examination of Martin Osinski. Do you have an opinion, and what's the literature saying? What's your experience say on how common is it for children to die of pneumonia?
Children can die of pneumonia. It's not common. It's more common for adults to die of pneumonia or infants to die of pneumonia. With children, they usually have symptoms. They usually get taken to a doctor, they get treated. And if they don't get treated, they end up in a hospital and they have symptoms or, they have a fever, they have cough, things like that. So it's very unusual for us to get a child, like a 6-year-old child that would die of pneumonia. Now, if we're talking about an infant, infants can be hard sometimes because infants' symptoms don't present like children or adults. And so infants are more common. Older people commonly die of pneumonia, but very rare for a 6-year-old to die of pneumonia. Just mainly because they're getting treated in a hospital in a doctor's office.
Thank you. And then just a few questions on your last page, and then maybe time for a break, Judge.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
So page 5 of your report. What does that mean? The sternothyroid skeletal muscles. What was your examination there?
So I basically took a piece of the bruises in his neck muscles. I took a piece of that and looked at it in the microscope, just some more evidence to look at that and to basically give more evidence to those bruises in his neck. And microscopically, he did have evidence of those bruises. So he had red blood cells that are outside of the blood or outside of the vessels within his muscles. So he had that microscopically, not only with our naked eye, but also microscopically, he had those bruises.
And your findings there, were those consistent with your opinion that those injuries on his neck and inside of his neck, that deep muscle in his neck, were caused by strangulation?
Yes.
Radiographs, that means full x-rays, see if there's any bone, broken bones, that sort of thing.
Yeah, we don't do that on every case, but on just about all kids, children, I'll do full body x-rays, basically just doing an x-ray to look for any, just like you stated, looking for any injuries to the bones.
Thank you. And then the last thing I have before we take a break here, and then we'll come back and look at some of the injuries you noted. The evidence section there, you had testified earlier as to Ed Prescott with the Grand Junction Police Department being present. Those items of evidence, why did you collect each of those items? The fingernails, the pulled scalp hair, the FTA card?
Those are pretty typical evidence items that we take on any case that we're suspected that could be violent in nature. We usually take the fingernails, just in case there's some DNA evidence under there or some other evidence. We take those and collect those and save those. And then we often take hair, just a little piece of hair at the root, in case there's some DNA evidence that we need to collect from hair. And then the FTA card is basically a spot of blood, and that's another DNA type of piece of evidence. And then fingerprints we'll sometimes take on any case we're thinking it could be violent in nature.
So the fingernails and the FTA card are those things that you collected and took from the body?
Yes.
And then is it common for you to document those pieces of evidence? Again, similar to what I asked you about your the exhibit showing the injuries that you noted, but is it common for you to create an evidence log on the date of the autopsy that has those items that you collected in your autopsy?
Yes.
All right. If I could point your attention, please, to what's been marked for identification purposes as 602.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the evidence log, just like you mentioned, and that documents what Ed Prescott took as evidence after the autopsy.
And that's evidence that would have been provided to Detective Prescott.
Yes.
Your Honor, for the people that seek to introduce into evidence 602.
Any objection, Ms. Marsich?
No objection.
Exhibit 602 is admitted.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Is this a good time for a break?
Yeah, sure, thanks. We'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess. And doctor, if you want to step away from the stand, and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. So I'm thinking about 3:10. At 3 o'clock, we do have trick or treaters coming to the courthouse. They're attorneys, kids and staff kids and those things. So if you see them or hear some noise back here, that's what's going on. We're going to put up signs to please be quiet, but that's what's happening today with Halloween. So, all right, thank you. Please rise for our jury. All right, we're back on the record in case 23 CR 1042, People versus Darin Thrailkill. Mr. Thrailkill does appear in custody. He's represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marsich. Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer are appearing on behalf of the people. We're outside the presence of our jury. And before we took our break, the parties in the court, we're going to speak with Mr. Markert. So,
Yeah. And also, if we, can we address the mannequin issue first or after that?
either way is good with me, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Ms.
thank you.
Marsich.
Judge, I think that, this, like I said, I plan on asking Dr. Havlick, the areas that are marked on there, Dr. Havlick had looked at those. The areas that are marked on there simply show where the injuries that he noted in his autopsy where they would be on a body that is an adult-sized body. But it's, I think that the jury can take into consideration the notes that Dr. Havlick made, meaning that Martin was 47 inches in length, right? And just kind of do a comparison that way. These are injuries, these are marked. These are injuries that were not caused by medical intervention, the CPR, the patches for the various wires and life-saving measures. We can take a photo of it, send it back with the jury. That thing doesn't need to go back to the jury. But I do think that it's helpful for the jury judge in terms of relevant evidence and having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence more probable. It shows where the marks are in kind of real life in 3D versus just the page. And then also it's just it goes to the basis of opinion testimony and showing the jury what the opinion testimony is here in real life. So it's not unduly prejudicial, Judge. It's limited to the injuries that are not caused by medical intervention. And it's easy for the jury to see. Thank you.
Ms. Marsich?
Yes, Your Honor. So the defense is objecting to the prosecution using this exhibit as a demonstrative to the jury here. We are objecting under Rule 403 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and Mr. Thrailkill's state and federal constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial here. Just so that the record's clear on what we're looking at, we have a white in color, about maybe 6 foot tall, nude male mannequin in the room, taller than I am, with little tabs that you might see, that you might use to tap a book at various places on the body, that the prosecution are alleging that were not caused by medical intervention. So it doesn't mark all abrasions on the body, just the selective ones that they are arguing were not caused by medical intervention. I think that's an open question, what was and was not caused by medical intervention. This is not a helpful demonstrative to the jury, as like I said, this is a 6 foot tall figure when we're talking about a 6-year-old who is 47 inches tall. It's also cumulative with Exhibit 601. We have a diagram there. There are other injuries marked on there. There are other ways that the prosecution, if they wanted to highlight specific things on this paper diagram, perhaps they could do that instead of this unhelpful, not to scale demonstrative of a full-grown man with some injuries marked, not even all of them. So we would be objecting. Thank you.
Any other argument you'd like to make, Mr. Zentner?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. I am overruling the defendant's objection with regard to the prosecution using a demonstrative exhibit. I think it's demonstrative in a number of ways. For example, how the doctor testified about where things are. Certainly it can be explained to the jury that this is a different size than the child, but it gives a visual demonstration of where things are on the body, and it makes things, I think, it clarifies things. So I would ask if the prosecution could at least keep a record of, I don't know if you can use your phone or something and take a picture of what it is now.
I was going to make that same.
Okay, and just so we have a record of it, and if you could file it with the court.
Their paralegal approach and just do that now while the jury.
Yeah, sure.
You want to do it against the books, just.
And the defense can take pictures too if you wish, or. Thanks.
Turn this back.
Yeah, sure, wherever you'd like, or
We're gonna take our own photo.
it's a little in my way, yeah, as far as not being able to see jurors, but I can't always see them when we have demonstrative exhibits, so it's fine.
There's one in my office.
I have one of my.
Okay, so the prosecution and the defense have taken photographs of that. Did you have a number for it, or how are you gonna identify it?
I heard his name is Carl.
I'll get that number for you, Judge.
Okay, I just need a record of what it,
Judge. It'll be, the 613A will be the front photo, 613B will be the rear photo.
all right, Mr. Markert has left the courtroom and we have no other jurors who are present with us in the courtroom. Any motions, Mr. Zentner,
No, Judge.
Ms. Marisic?
No.
All right, thank you. Are we ready for the jury to come back to the courtroom then, or?
Yes, Judge.
We're ready for it, please. Thank you.
Oh, please rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everybody. And one of our jurors has a hand up. Is it Ms. Griswold?
I am just struggling to see the actual witness stand from where I'm sitting with my fellow in front of me. Is there a way I can share with him or the gentleman next to me?
Absolutely. Yes. I guess visually it's, yeah, wherever it's best for you to see, so you don't have to stretch around or. I want everybody to be comfortable and thank you for asking. Anybody else who wanted to change chairs or? No? Okay, we're good. All right, thank you. Oh, Ms. Griswold and Mr. Paul changed chairs. So, okay, thank you. Dr. Havlick is on the stand and still under oath, and Mr. Zentner, you can continue when you're ready. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. Just a few more areas I'd like to cover with you, Dr. Havlick. If I could first point your attention, do you have what's been marked for identification purposes as 333 up there?
3, yes, I do.
You had testified earlier as to some limited information that you had received from the ER and Dr. Rizvi, and you had noted that information in your autopsy report related to Martin's death. You also provided testimony earlier that medical records, certain medical records are reasonably relied upon you in this situation where Martin's body was coming from the ER? Would you rely on these records just for some basic things that were noted of Martin at the hospital, not necessarily to influence or to guide your recommendation?
Yes, these are typical emergency room records that I would review before autopsy.
Thank you, Judge. The people would seek to introduce into evidence 333, please.
Is there any objection, Ms. Maricic?
Yeah, one moment.
Oh, sure.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense is objecting on both hearsay and
All right, what I'd like to do is bring up and on the screen, please, Exhibit 601. Can you look to your left, Doctor, or to your right, whatever screen is best, or right in front of you, actually?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't know.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
It's a new system that we have, so.
How does the evidence of injury, sir, section in your report on Martin's death relate or interact with that Exhibit 601?
It should be very similar to my notes. So again, this body diagram that you're seeing on this screen, that's really for me. Those are my notes during the autopsy. So I have really bad handwriting and you're not going to be able to read my handwriting, but I can read it. And that's what's important with this diagram. So this is really meant for me, for my notes, to write my autopsy report. And they should match up fairly similarly. Every now and then I will adjust some measurements and things like that after looking at my autopsy photos and such, but they should match up very, very closely.
Okay, thank you. And just so the jury has a better understanding of 601, and then we'll have the opportunity to explain more down the road to them. But will you go through briefly just your notes there, the ones that just are not really legible to read?
Yes, which are all of them. So the main thing, the most important thing with this case is his neck injuries. And that's what's, again, noted on the neck that was just expanded there. So the abrasions on his neck, they were on the right side of his neck and also on the mid aspect of his neck. And the RA on these notes stand for red abrasion, which basically is a skin scrape. And that's what are diagrammed on this diagram. And then I have the measurements of those. So that's what's most important.
And then review just some of these other things that are just not obvious. Thank you.
Yeah. On this expanded version of this, there's an ET, which is pointing to his mouth. That's just a tube in his mouth that was done by emergency room personnel, putting the tube down his mouth to try to get air into his lungs. And then in the middle, more to the left, I talk about the petechiae. PET stands for petechiae. It's on his face, forehead, and in his eyes. So again, as we talked about previously, he had very pronounced petechiae all over his face, in his eyes, and what else? Again, more red abrasions there on his left upper chest there near his left shoulder. He has that what we talked about before, which you could think of that as not a true injury. It's from an EKG pad that emergency medical personnel put there. So not something that he got related to this injury. That was from that EKG pad. He did have on his right aspect of his chest, he had that abrasion, that skin scrape on the right aspect of his chest. Had some more red abrasions on the left aspect of his chest. He had a red abrasion on the lower right aspect of his chest. If you go down to the left aspect of his abdomen, he had some more of those EKG pad marks. Again, not true injuries. Those are from the EKG pads. The thing on his right abdomen there, that circular thing, that's actually a very early sign of decomposition. That's actually the very first thing that happens when after someone's died and they're starting to decompose a little bit. That is green skin. So he had a little bit of green skin discoloration. And again, that's very common after people die, that's the first thing that happens. So it really means nothing. It's just something that it's an early finding of after someone dies.
And then your information at the bottom of that exhibit 601 on the bottom center and the bottom right, what is that?
Bottom right now, in this expanded photo, he had a couple skin scrapes, red abrasions above his right knee. He had an IO means intraosseous. So often emergency medical personnel will put a line, a needle into the tibia, into the bone of the lower leg to get fluids quickly into the body. They'll stick a needle into the bone. That's what that is. That's just, again, another emergency type thing that was done. He had a bandage on his left shin below his left knee. Bandage covered a needle puncture. They try to put a line there. That's what that left below his left knee. HB means handbags. We talked about that earlier. He had bags over his hands that our team put over his hands just to preserve any potential evidence on his hands.
Thank you. And then while Ms. Weimer is going to People's Exhibit 600 and the evidence of injury paragraph on page 3 of 600, I have a couple questions for you. Do you have, I'm sorry, do you have Exhibit 601 in front of you still?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's just touch base quickly and go through the injuries that you noted on the backside.
Sure. On the back of his right hand, he had a needle puncture, again, by emergency medical personnel. On the back of his right forearm, he had a small skin scrape. Back of his left arm, he had 2 small skin scrapes. On the bottom left of that diagram, I talk a little bit about the internal injuries. I just noted to myself the internal bruises that he had in his neck. That's what that scribble is down there.
Thank you. You had noted on here, and then also you had noted on here RA. Are there any other types of abrasions on this sheet here that you noted? There's RA. Are there other types of abrasions that you noted?
He had a brown abrasion near his left elbow that you see. BA stands for brown abrasion. That just tells me it was probably a little bit older, probably not around the time he died. Probably may have happened several hours to a day or two before.
With the red abrasions or the RAs that you noted and the red abrasion language that you use in your report, would that indicate injuries that Martin suffered while he was alive or after he had passed?
Definitely while he was alive. Yeah, those would not happen after he died.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to page 3 of Exhibit 600, please. The evidence of injury there, sir. To your right is a mannequin. For the record, it's about your height, not Martin's height. I think you had noted that 6-year-old Martin was 47 inches long, but the mannequin to your right has some red patches on it. What are those red? Have you reviewed this mannequin and the location of those red patches before today's testimony?
Yes.
And what do those red patches represent in your opinion?
Those basically just detail what we just talked about just now with the diagram and the autopsy report. It's just a demonstrative of where those skin scrapes were on his body.
And there's a couple that are on the back as well. Is that right?
Yes.
The jury knows we'll be getting photos front and back of this demonstrative exhibit, but the various locations of those injuries that are noted on that mannequin, to be clear, those are injuries that in your opinion, Martin had sustained during the strangulation event, not the medical treatment. Is that right?
Especially the neck ones, those especially were not from medical intervention. And neither were the other ones. Again, the neck ones are the most important in this case. But even the chest ones, the abdomen ones, the one on his knee, yeah, definitely not from medical intervention.
If I could go and turn the mannequin to the other side, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
If you could even scoot it more that way so I could see more towards the books would be better. for
Thank
me.
you, Your Honor. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, so I can see more of the jury. Thanks.
Is that good, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Dr. Havlick, if I could just stay here for one moment. You had testified earlier that there were injuries noted on the backside there too. What do those represent?
Yes, just the same as the others. Those are the red abrasions on the back of his right and left arms.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, those red abrasions you testified about that are noted as RA on your worksheet, and then that are noted as red abrasions in your report. Do you have an opinion as to how close in time to Martin's death those would have happened?
Yes, they're all consistent with happening at the time of this event, at the time of the incident. They're all very consistent with being at the same time that he died.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor, with what's been marked for identification purposes as 613A and B?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for the record, Dr. Havlick, I had explained there were photos taken. The photo that's marked as for identification purposes is 613A and B. Are those accurate photographs of what you just testified to regarding that mannequin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, people would seek to introduce into evidence 613A and B.
Ms. Marsic?
Just noting my original objection to 613. Thank you.
Okay. The objections overruled and 613A and 613B are both admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Havlick, you had testified earlier about the pressure that would have been necessary to cause that hemorrhaging, that bleeding inside of Martin's neck. What's your experience and what's the literature tell you in terms of guiding any opinion you have on what's the amount of pressure does it take to compress the main parts of somebody's neck to deprive them of blood or oxygen?
So there's important structures in the neck that are very important to life. And those are the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and also the airway, the windpipe, the trachea. So those three structures, the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and the trachea. And there are studies that basically state what pressure it takes to compress those. So if you compress the artery and the vein in your neck, it basically disrupts the blood supply to and from the heart with the brain. And it takes about 4 to 5 pounds of pressure to compress the jugular vein. And to give an example of that, it takes about 4 or 5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger on a handgun. So it's about the same amount of pressure to compress the jugular vein as it does to pull the trigger on a handgun. To compress that vein. And if you compress the vein, that can be dangerous. It's basically disrupting the blood supply from the brain to the heart, and that will confuse the brain and basically deprive the brain of oxygen. If you press a little harder, about 10 pounds of pressure, that'll compress the carotid artery, the big artery in your neck. And then if you compress about 30 pounds of pressure, that'll actually cut off the air in your trachea.
Thank you. In terms of your opinion of cause and manner of death here, I know that the date of your report is a little less than a month after you did the autopsy on Martin's body. Was the cause and manner of death here ever really in question near the final stages of you writing this report?
It was not everything taken together. And again, we don't just take just one finding in isolation. Everything with the petechiae, the external injuries to his neck, the internal injuries to the neck, everything was pretty classic for a strangulation death.
In terms of your experience and the literature on this, you talked about the pounds of pressure it would take to collapse the jugular vein, the carotid artery, the airway, or the trachea. Do you have an opinion on how long would it take? How long does it take to cause death by strangulation?
It's different for everyone. In the studies that show after you compress the vein or the artery for 10 seconds or more, it can be serious. If it's less than 10 seconds, then patient usually recovers, usually not without much symptoms, usually doesn't die after 10 seconds. Anywhere after 30 seconds of compression of the artery or the vein in the neck, that's serious. That can result in death. So in this particular case, I think the pressure had to be on his neck for at least 20, 30 seconds or more.
Thank you. Sir, do you have what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibits 603 through 609?
Yes.
All right. Are those the photos that you took during Martin's autopsy?
Just review them real quick here. They all are, yes.
And those photos are fairly graphic for people who don't work in a coroner's or a forensic pathologist suite every day. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. I would like to publish these to the jury, but I would like to admit, Judge, what's been marked for identification purposes is People's Exhibit 603 through 609, and then have Dr. Havlick just briefly testify as to the injuries illustrated in those. Thank you.
Do you have an objection, Ms. Marisic?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't believe the prosecution has laid the appropriate foundation for all of these exhibits at this point. Thank you.
The objections are overruled. Exhibits 603, 604, 605, 606, 607, 608, and 609 are all admitted.
In your report, sir, and in your testimony earlier, you had testified that you took photos during your examination of Martin's body on July 4th of 2016. I would like to publish for the jury in order, starting with 603, and then if we could just have quick testimony from you on what that reflects.
Sure.
We'll start with 603, please.
603 is just an overview picture of most of his body. It's cut off at the knees, but that's just an overview.
With respect to 604, what is that?
604 is a close-up of his left aspect of his face, including his eyelid and his eye, and it shows the petechiae that we talked about earlier very clearly.
You had testified earlier that that's probably, I think, the worst case of petechiae that you've seen in your career over these 4,600 plus autopsies, and those are the petechiae that you're talking about?
Yes.
The next photo, just as a warning, is kind of something that illustrates you manipulating the eyeball of Martin. Is that right?
Yes.
And that goes to really the center of the importance of why do you think it's important when you're doing an autopsy, head to toe anatomical autopsy, to do that and to really get in and to manipulate organs and determine cause and manner of death versus maybe a paper or file review?
Again, it's very important to document all these findings. Again, to take everything into account, pull everything together and come up with an accurate cause and manner of death, to take this petechiae into account, to take the injuries in the neck into account.
Thank you. And that image 605, again, graphic, but what does that show? 605, please.
So that's my glove finger, the green part on the very upper part of the photo. And it's basically showing the petechiae are those red dots that you see. That's on his upper eyelid. And then his eye itself is on the bottom of the photo. And you can see that those red dots, the petechiae, the red dots are actually on his eye. So they're very extensive.
So for the petechiae to be on the eyeball in addition to the eyelid, is that is that illustrative of what you were talking about earlier in terms of this being one of the worst cases, if not the worst of petechiae you've seen?
Yes.
If we could publish 606, please. And when that's up there, tell the jury what that is, sir.
So that's a picture of his neck. And these are the injuries we talked about, the abrasions, the skin scrapes on his neck. There's one right under his chin, one on the right aspect of his chin, and the one on the midline of his neck. It's not showing the injury on the right aspect of his neck, lower right aspect of his neck, but it shows those injuries pretty well.
There's some other discoloration like on the side of his neck in that photo and going down to his clavicle or collarbone area. What is that evidence of?
That's not an injury. That's what we call livor mortis, which is basically pooling the blood when someone dies and they're placed on a gurney or a cot like he is here. Basically, the blood in the body just pools because of gravity, pulls to the dependent portions of the body. So that's just livor. It's just an after death thing. It has nothing to do with anything with this case.
So the injury, do you have an opinion on as to whether or not those injuries under the chin did those correlate to the injuries that you believe restricted Martin's blood or oxygen in this case?
Yes.
607, please.
Just another photo. It's pretty much showing the same thing as the previous photo, those three injuries on his neck. It also shows the petechiae. He has petechiae on his chin, on his neck also, those red dots that are on his chin.
With petechiae, and going back to what you said earlier about this extensive case of petechiae, is this the type of petechiae that would manifest from like CPR or somebody coughing or something like that?
No.
And then the last two photos, again, are graphic, at least in terms of they show some internal injuries that you talked about earlier. So I would like to show 608, again, graphic.
So this is an internal photo. When we're doing our internal exam, this is his neck. It's hard to orient yourself, I know, but his head would be on the top of the photo. His chest would be on the bottom of the photo. The injuries of his internal neck muscles are highlighted pretty well here. There's hemorrhages or bruises on the right side of a neck muscle and also on the left side of his neck muscle.
And that's that deep bruising and pooling and hemorrhaging, pooling of blood that you noted earlier.
Yes.
Unnatural, not supposed to be there.
Correct. That's an injury for sure. Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, 609, please.
Just another similar photo as the one we just looked at, but to the right, showing that sort of near the middle, but to the more to the left, there's that area of bruising, that hemorrhage on his neck muscle. The big white thing in the middle of the photo is the carotid artery. The thinner linear thing is to the right of the carotid artery is the jugular vein.
Okay, and then, if the jury has any questions for clarification, they can ask certainly, but just a couple more questions for you, sir. When you were talking about these hemorrhages in the neck of Martin and where they were located deeper in the neck and that blood and wasn't supposed to be there, are those injuries, those hemorrhages in the neck, and that were illustrated by these last two photos. Would those be something that would be common with lung disease or pneumonia?
Absolutely not. Yeah, that, no, it has nothing to do with lung disease or pneumonia or asthma or anything of that sort. No.
Similar question with the petechiae and the level of petechiae that you saw here. Would that be common with any pneumonia or lung disease?
Absolutely not. No.
So in preparation for today, did you receive information that Martin had an X-ray taken of his chest after he had expired at St. Mary's Hospital on or about, this would have been July 3rd of
Yes.
2016?
Yes, during the resuscitative efforts, an X-ray was done. Yes.
And did you see anything on that X-ray? And why wouldn't you, I guess, is more fair to say.
Yeah,
Compound question.
The objection sustained.
And so just for the record, did you review that X-ray?
at the time of the autopsy, I reviewed the report of the X-ray, but not the actual X-ray.
And since then, have you been presented the actual X-ray?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of pneumonia or lung disease?
No, and that would be hard. That would be impossible to do on a chest X-ray of a person in this state of death, basically. And a chest X-ray would not highlight that.
Please rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. And for the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. And welcome back, everybody. Dr. Havlik, for the record, is still on the stand under oath. And Ms. Marisic, any cross-examination? If so, you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dr. Havlik, I want to start by talking to you about the various structures that we as people have in our necks,
Sure.
okay? There is a carotid artery, correct?
Correct.
And you have one on your left and your right side of your neck.
Yes.
There is a jugular vein, right?
Yes.
Again, one on the left, one on the right.
Yes.
There are multiple layers of muscle, right?
Yes.
The sternocleidoid mastoid muscle is one of those.
Yes.
The sternothyroid muscle,
Yes.
the sternohyoid, is that right?
Correct.
And what was the fourth one?
There's the sternothyrohyoid,
Okay.
which is a little tiny muscle that wraps around, but yeah.
Okay. Those are all different muscles that we have in our necks, right?
Yes.
In addition to the veins, artery, and muscles, we have cartilage, right?
There's the thyroid cartilage, which is your Adam's apple, if that's what we're referring to.
Yes, exactly, the thyroid cartilage. There's also the cricoid cartilage, correct?
Yes.
We also have some bone, right?
There's the hyoid bone, which sits on top of your Adam's apple.
Okay. And then we have cervical too, correct?
That's the back of your neck, the cervical vertebra, the backbone.
Okay. So when you're doing an autopsy, you're looking at all of these different features in the neck that we just discussed, right?
Yes.
In Martin's case, there was no injury to that cervical bone, correct?
The very back of his neck, the cervical spine, there was not, no.
There was no injury to the back at all, right?
Correct.
You did check to make sure, right?
Yes.
You did the dissection and looked specifically at the back of the neck, right?
Correct.
And no injury there.
Correct.
You were looking at that jugular vein, right?
Yes.
The right jugular vein was not dissected, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by dissect. I mean, was it injured? Is that what
Yeah. Was it injured?
you don't necessarily see injuries to the vein or the artery. You see injuries to the muscles and the connective tissue next to them. So his muscles next to those vessels, and there was a good photo in one of these exhibits that showed that artery in the vein next to the muscle, but you don't necessarily see the injury to the artery or the vein itself.
Okay, but you did not see an injury to the jugular vein.
And that's not something you usually see, no.
Okay, so you don't normally see injuries to the vein in strangulations, is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's a very thin-walled vessel, same with the artery. So you see the injuries to the muscles next to it in strangulation deaths.
Okay. That jugular vein, it's on the left and the right side, right?
Correct.
So same thing, no injury to either side.
To the vein or artery itself that you can see with your naked eye. Yes, correct.
Okay. And you have the ability to look more than just with your naked eye, right?
Correct.
You were able to look real up close and personal at these veins and arteries, right?
Yes.
And you did not observe an injury to the right jugular vein or the left jugular vein.
To the vessels themselves, but again, the hemorrhages, the bruises of the muscles which was right next to them. That's what we see with strangulation deaths, not necessarily the injuries to the vessels.
Okay, but you can see injuries to those veins in strangulation.
I have never seen that.
Oh, okay. You also took a look at that carotid artery, right?
Correct.
There was no injury to the right carotid artery.
To the artery itself, no.
There was also no injury to the left carotid artery.
To the artery itself, no, there was not.
You took a look at the hyoid bone that we were talking about, right?
Correct.
That was not broken.
That was not, the hyoid bone is mostly cartilage in a child. As a child ages, the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage does turn into bone, but as a child, the hyoid bone is mostly cartilage, and it's almost impossible to fracture the hyoid bone in a child just because it's mostly cartilage. And I've never seen a fractured hyoid bone in a child.
Okay, so to go back to my question, we were going to get to all of that and you jumped ahead with all that explanation, but there was no broken hyoid
There
bone
was not.
in this case,
And
correct?
again, it was mostly cartilage. You can call it a bone, and it is officially called a hyoid bone, but it's really a hyoid cartilage in a kid.
Okay, and that bone, cartilage, whichever, was not fractured.
It was not, no.
You looked at the cricoid cartilage as well.
Yes,
Again, there was no fracture in the cricoid cartilage.
no fracture in that area, no.
You also looked at the thyroid cartilage, correct?
Correct,
Again, no fracture in the thyroid cartilage.
correct.
Now you brought up the muscles a few times here, so let's circle to those, okay? So we were just talking about the 4 different muscles that are in the neck, right?
Yes.
And again, we kind of have this mirror left and right going on, right?
Yes.
You did not see any kind of hemorrhaging in the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle.
There was not, no.
And that's on the left side, there was no hemorrhaging, right?
Correct.
And on the right side, there was no hemorrhaging, right?
Correct.
Same with the sternohyoid muscle that we were talking about, right?
Correct.
You examined that, right?
Yes.
And again, there was no hemorrhaging to the right side of the neck
Correct.
and the left side of the neck for that muscle.
Correct.
Of those 4 available muscles, you observed injury in 1, right?
2, one on both sides of his neck. Yes.
Sure, the left and right sternothyroid muscle.
Correct.
If the prosecution wouldn't mind helping me out and republishing People's Exhibit 608. Okay, Dr. Havlick, so you testified earlier that this exhibit 608 depicts that hemorrhaging we were just discussing, right?
It does pretty nicely, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to try, oh shoot, we don't. Can you point on, maybe if you stand up and point on the TV, where you're talking about? Because you didn't do that on direct examination.
Yes.
Maybe
Would that
we could
be
give him a
okay?
wireless microphone.
May I approach to grab?
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like me to do that now?
Yeah, so if you could start by pointing out where you said this hemorrhage is to the right
Okay.
sternothyroid muscle.
Yes, and I'm glad I'm a little tall. Right there is the hemorrhage onto the right side, and to the left side, there was 2 areas of separate hemorrhages, and I can't reach way up there, but do you want me to jump? Right there, yes, and then right above there, right there, yes. Those are the 2 areas, yes.
Okay, so that kind of dark spot, if we're like looking at the image, it's to the lower left-hand side? In the middle?
Yes,
Okay, and then on the right side, we have the less dark area,
it's pretty
slightly
dark.
above it?
Yeah, it's pretty dark, but yes,
Well, it's
correct.
not as dark as the left,
It's
right?
pretty similar, I would, yeah.
Okay, and there's 2 on that side, you said?
They're probably all one hemorrhage, but it is separated a little bit by a spared area, but yes.
Okay, and you're not talking about the kind of redness that we see, that's something else?
It all looks pretty red, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Exactly, it all looks pretty red. We're not talking about redness here, we're talking about the dark spot.
If I had a pointer, it would be easier. But yes, again, right there and then up here. Yes,
Okay, and then just to be clear for the jury, we see this dark spot all the way over in that right side. That is not a finding of yours, right?
maybe where the mouse is right there. No, that's just some blood. Yeah, that means,
Okay, so-
that means nothing. Yeah,
That's not an indication of any kind of injury.
no.
Okay, thank you. You can take 603 down, thank you, or 608. Now, I want to talk to you about what medically could cause these hemorrhages that you were just pointing out on the sternothyroid muscle.
Sure.
Applying pressure could cause that, right?
Yes, then that's what it was from. Yes.
You're saying with certainty that that injury was from pressure.
Yes,
You're 100% sure.
yes. There's no other way that could have happened. Yes,
What about blunt force trauma?
that's pressure.
Oh, okay. So you're not saying you're 100% certain it was strangulation, right?
With those neck injuries, internal injuries, along with the external injuries in the petechiae are all.
So
So
if you can just stay with me on which question I'm asking, we'll get to those other topics,
and
okay?
I just want to point, I don't operate in a box. It's just not one, it's everything together, but go ahead. Yes.
So for contusions to the sternothyroid muscle, okay? You said you're 100% certain that that was caused by pressure, right?
Yes.
And then we were kind of talking more about what does pressure mean, right?
Yes.
It can mean hands around the neck strangulation, right?
Yes.
It could mean something else though, right?
It could be an object. It could be fingers, a fist, a hand, some type of object pressed to the neck. Yes.
It could be a strike to the neck, right?
Yes.
Looking at that picture, you can't say when exactly that strike, that pressure, whatever it may have been, happened, right?
It happened at the time of his death. That's all I can say.
Okay. And you can say that because you came to the conclusion that this was asphyxiation, right?
That injury, again, it had all the features of happening at the time of his death. Did not happen 3 hours before or after death. Happened at the time of his death.
Okay. A person can have hemorrhaging in their muscles, right?
A normal kid like this, no, not normally, no.
They can't have bruises?
From pressure, from injury, yes,
Okay, you agree that a kid can have bruises without dying, right?
yes.
Now, I want to talk to you more about, we've been talking a little bit and using hand motions that the microphones aren't picking up, right? So when you were kind of discussing this on direct examination, you kind of put your hands to your throat at one point, right?
I don't remember, I might have, but I don't remember that. if I
Okay.
did.
In this case, you didn't observe any kind of signs of ligature, correct?
I did not know.
You can't say for certain that these were hands that caused any kind of injury here.
No, again, it's some type of blunt force injury, hands, fingers, some type of object.
It's not as if there's a handprint on the neck.
Correct, there's not.
You were talking about these scrapes on the neck earlier, right?
Yes,
And you were pointing to that as some of the evidence of why you believe hands could have been involved here, right?
correct.
Now, one of those scrapes was a crescent moon shape, right?
It did have a feature that could be associated with like a scratch type of, what I call a scratch abrasion, yes.
Okay.
The one right in the middle of his neck. Yeah.
A scratch as if something is pulling downward.
Or upward, yeah, just from like fingernails. That it could be very well from a fingernail. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know that, right?
Not for certain, no.
There's no way of knowing that.
Objection, thank you.
The objection's overruled.
Again, the abrasions, they were from a blunt force type of injury, either hands, fingers, fist, or some type of object.
Okay. The scrapes on the neck, they were on the front, correct?
Yes,
You had one kind of under the chin.
yes,
And then you had a scrape on one side, right?
correct.
But not the other side.
Correct. They were mostly on the midline and on the right, yes.
And if the people would publish 607, please. And this is showing those scrapes we were just discussing, right?
Yes,
So there are 3 scrapes captured in this?
in this photo, yes. And then there's another one that's lower that the photo doesn't show. Yes.
Now, you said that the shape of the one in the middle on the chin resembled a fingernail, right?
That does have a very characteristic look of a fingernail, yes. But I cannot be 100% certain for that.
Right. Because of the curvature of the scrape, it kind of looks like, if a person pressed their fingernail directly into the chin,
Yes.
right? The orientation of it would be a hand facing upward, right?
It could be the other way too, or on the side. Yep, so that's hard to say.
Well, the crescent moon shape that you were just talking about is going up, right?
Barely, yes.
Okay.
It's more linear, but it has a slight upward turn. Yep.
So if it has an upward turn, you agree our nails go in that direction, right?
They do. I cannot be certain if that is from a fingernail, how the hand was positioned. That's hard to say.
Yeah, that's just not information that you can discern just by looking at this, right?
No.
You testified earlier that this picture also shows petechiae,
It
correct?
does.
Specifically on kind of the chin going to the very top of the neck, right?
Yes,
Right around where these scrapes are.
correct.
Just to be clear, this redness that we're seeing on the left and right side of the neck, that is not an injury.
On the very back of his neck in the right and left side, just like you stated, that is not an injury. That's livor mortis, just pooling of the blood after someone dies.
Okay, so yeah, it's kind of starts in the back and is creeping forward into the front on the 2 sides.
Correct.
So that is from the livor mortis, that is not to you indicating any kind of strangulation.
Correct.
You can take this one down. Thank you. If the people could republish 606.
Our pointer was out of batteries, but we put new batteries in and it's still not working, but I'll offer you the new batteries if that's helpful for yours instead of having to jump.
I did have one, but it doesn't seem to show up on our very nice televisions.
Yeah, our nice televisions without a pointer, so. We have some kind of pointer you're saying from another courtroom? Okay, we're working on getting you a pointer, so
That would be great.
that'll be.
Thank you.
Buddy, thanks.
Thank you. So Dr. Havlick on this one, so this is People's Exhibit 606. This is another image of 3 abrasions that you were talking about, right?
Correct.
Those skin scrapes, as you called them, right?
Yes.
Again, we see this redness on the sides of the neck from livor mortis, right?
Yes.
And that's also the case of what we're seeing on the chest that's visible here, right?
Yes.
Also on the shoulders here.
Yes.
So that is none of that on that is indicating injury.
Correct.
Okay. We can take that one down too. So Dr. Havlick, do you still have Exhibit 333 in front of you?
Was that the medical record thing?
Yes.
Okay, I found it.
want to direct your attention over to page 3 of 4. It's discovery page 354.
Okay.
Now, what we have here are notes from the medical staff at St. Mary's, right?
Yes.
Documenting what they observed for their physical exam, right?
Yes.
Their physical exam of Martin when he came to their care on July 2nd, 2016.
Yes.
And when we take a look at their notes, we see that they describe petechiae, right?
Yes.
They describe several small petechial hemorrhages, correct?
Yes.
Specifically on the upper and lower eyelids
Yes.
and general around the eye.
Yes.
The physical exam from the medical professionals at St. Mary's did not note here petechiae on the chin.
I do not see that noted. No.
The medical professionals at St. Mary's also did not note petechiae on the neck.
I do not see that on here. No.
They also did not note any petechiae around the mouth.
I do not see that on here.
And they did not note any petechiae on the forehead.
Correct. They did not.
The only petechiae are these several small hemorrhages in the area of the eye, right?
Correct.
Now, you didn't see Martin's body at the same time that these medical professionals did, right?
It was shortly after, so a few hours after.
You did your autopsy.
Well, actually, you're right. 2 days after. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, because your autopsy was on the holiday, right? July 4th
Yep.
of 2016. Now, by the time that you saw Martin's body, you saw petechiae in other locations than they documented, right?
Correct.
Now, when you saw Martin as well, that's when you noted those various abrasions on his body, right?
Correct.
The people introduced exhibits of 3 of them on the neck, right?
Yes.
We saw on our 6'4" mannequin that you saw abrasions elsewhere as well, right?
Yes.
Those are not noted in these records.
I do not see them on here. No.
But when you eventually did see Martin 2 days later, you did note these abrasions.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to the last page of 333.
Okay. Discovery page 356.
Yes, thank you.
Hmm.
So this, and if the people don't mind publishing that page. So it's 333, final page.
And the pointer arrived from the other.
The pointer
court.
arrived.
I'll need it.
I don't
Guess
think
it's a
we'll need it.
Mechanical one, but
Thank you.
sure.
All right, so what we're looking at here, Dr. Havlick, is documentation from the life-saving efforts that they did at St. Mary's, right?
Yes.
Martin came into their care at 11:02, according to this document, right? Or at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Yep.
11 o'clock.
Yes.
And they immediately started CPR.
Yes.
A few minutes later, at 11:04, they inserted the tube that we were talking about, right?
Let's see. I don't actually see the tube documented that they inserted, unless I'm reading this wrong. I do not see the tube anywhere on here, but it certainly was in there.
Okay. It was inserted as part of CPR efforts, right?
Yes.
Because that's how they help make sure that Martin is breathing, right?
No, they insert the tube to try to get him to start breathing.
Right. And then they're doing compressions, right?
Yes.
So we have this tube to try to get oxygen into his system, and we have compressions on his chest, right?
Yes.
Now, those compressions on his chest are to kind of pump the heart, right?
Yes.
To get the blood circulating in his body again, right?
To try to, yes.
And they are doing this for 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
Every once in a while, they are also administering different drugs, right?
Are they? Epinephrine and bicarb, yes, and lidocaine also, yeah.
Okay. And they're periodically doing a pulse check, right?
Yes.
They're doing these efforts over and over the course of those 20 minutes
Yes.
until we get to time of death.
Yes.
Now, that X-ray that you were referring to earlier, that happened in the course of these 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
It was part of when they were inserting the tube that was helpful for that process, right?
That X-ray was done essentially to make sure the tube was in the correct space, yes.
Right. Now, what I'm seeing here is that the time of death is at 11:20.
Yes, that's when they pronounced him dead, yes.
Okay. Now, on your autopsy, you use 11:40.
Okay, I'd have to review that again, but
Yeah, so I think that exhibit's in front of you as well, 600.
okay, yes, we have the pronouncement time of 11:40, so either there's a 20-minute discrepancy between these notes, so it's possible. It would be interesting to see what the death certificate says, and I don't have that with me, but
Okay, so we're not sure if it's 11:20 or 11:40.
when the official pronouncement time was, correct?
And if we can scroll down to the bottom half of it. So again, so in that middle column, we have the notation of when CPR started and stopped, correct?
Correct.
And noted who did that intubation that we were talking about, right?
I do not see the intubation. Oh, I do see it now. Yes. So intubation, yes, 2302 by Risby. So that is some evidence that there was a tube inserted at 2302.
Okay. We weren't looking at the right spot on the form.
Yeah.
So it happened at the very beginning of this CPR.
Correct. Okay.
We can take that one down. Now, you testified that these abrasions that you saw 2 days later, right, were definitely not from medical intervention.
Everything taken into account, the petechiae, the external injuries and the internal injuries, no, they were not.
Okay. Martin's body was being handled, Martin was being handled by these various medical professionals for 20 minutes, right?
Yes.
Doing CPR on him, right?
Yes.
Inserting a tube down his throat, right?
Yes.
Transferring him, from the vehicle that he came in to the bed that they were treating him in, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you can say with absolute certainty that at no point over those 20 minutes that any of the abrasions on his body could have been caused by some staff.
There could have been one or two, but not everything into account. The petechiae, the external injuries and internal injuries, no.
Okay, so you are saying that the scrapes could have been by medical intervention.
No. So one, maybe not all of them, and not the internal injuries and the external injuries.
Again, I'm not asking about the internal injuries right now. I'm asking about the source of these scrapes. You said earlier they were definitely, that all of them definitely were not from medical intervention. That's what you said, right?
No. So the constellation of findings, I don't operate in a box. Everything together was not caused by medical intervention.
Okay, so you're saying that one of the scrapes could be by medical intervention.
One, yes, possible.
Which one?
I don't know. Yeah.
Two of them could have been from medical.
Maybe.
Three of them could have been from medical.
Unlikely. Everything taken together was not from medical intervention.
Well, let's talk about where all of these scrapes are, right? You also said that that all of these scrapes all over his body occurred at the same time that he died.
There was a brown abrasion that looked older, maybe from several hours to a day or two, but all the others were around the time he died, yes.
Okay, about the time? Earlier you said at the time that he died. So which
Yes,
is it?
correct. At the time he died, yes.
So he managed to scrape at the same time both knees, his right elbow, his left elbow, 3 spots on his torso, 3 spots on his kind of chin to neck, and 1 spot on the other side of his neck. That's what you're saying.
All around the time he died, yes.
Could have been earlier in the day.
Unlikely. They were all very recent, all around the time he died.
Okay, so if he was, I don't know, bumped into the wall like a 6-year-old does 2 hours before he died.
Maybe the knee, maybe one of those, I guess it's possible, but they all look like around, and even that 2 hours, that's around the time he died.
Okay, so around the time he died, we're talking several hours over the course.
Several minutes, yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with me that abrasions on a person's knee are very normal injuries.
They are, yes,
Like if you trip and fall, right?
yes,
If you bump your knee on a coffee table, right?
yes,
If you are running around in the yard and you bump into something, right?
yes,
Same with these abrasions on the elbows, right? Or on the arms, excuse me.
he had on both his arms, yes,
Again, very commonplace to have injury, right? To have abrasions, excuse me.
yes. The ones on his arms and legs were very minor injuries.
Right. Very normal scrapes for a child.
I'm not sure if normal is the right word, but children have those abrasions, yes,
Yeah. One of them you said you thought was older, right?
correct.
Could have been from, bumping your elbow on the kitchen table, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Could have been playing in the pool and scuffing your elbow up somehow, right?
It's possible.
Just looking at these abrasions, you can't say where they came from.
They're all blunt force injuries, right?
Right. And I know blunt force injury, that's a specific term when we're talking about forensic pathology, right?
Right. A blunt force injury is anything from a hand, a fist, some type of object.
Right. It can be just bumping into something, right?
Sure.
That right there would be a blunt force.
Yes,
It doesn't have to be, somebody hitting someone.
it does not. No.
Okay. Now, the other kind of definitive statement you gave about these scrapes was that it was definitely while he was alive, right?
Yes,
Skin scrapes can occur on somebody after they have passed away, right?
yes. They look different though. They don't look like this. Yes,
They can have like a little bit more of like a yellowish tint to them, right?
this is true. Yes,
It, oops. It can be hard to determine if a scrape occurred when somebody was alive or after they passed away, right?
It usually is not. It's usually fairly straightforward on most cases.
Okay. You would agree that it can be hard to determine.
On some cases, especially if there's some more advanced decomposition, more than what he had, it can be challenging. In most cases, it's pretty easily figured out.
Okay. So you've, of course, talked to the prosecution over the course of preparing for today's testimony, right?
Yes.
Multiple times, right?
A few times, less than a handful. Yeah.
One of those times was on October 22nd, correct?
I don't remember the day, but it was fairly recently. Yes.
It was a Google Meet meeting, if that helps.
Yes.
You had a Google Meet meeting with Miss Mayer, Mr. Zentner, and Miss Jordan Weimer, right?
Yes.
And those are some of the individuals seated to my right, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had that conversation with them, there was not a jury in the room with you, right?
No.
It was just a conversation with the prosecution talking about this case,
Yes.
answering any kind of questions that they had to better understand the evidence.
Yes.
And when you were speaking with them, you told the prosecution that it can be hard to determine when an abrasion took place, if someone is alive or dead.
Again, on some cases, not on this case, but on some cases, yes.
Okay. You also told them that you thought those abrasions occurred when Martin was probably alive, right?
If I use the word probably, I didn't mean that. Again, all these injuries were from when he was alive.
So today, your testimony is 100% certainty these are from when he was alive.
Yes.
A week ago, when you weren't in front of the jury, it was probably when he was alive.
I don't remember saying that.
And Your Honor, I just took a look at the clock here. Before I go into the next chapter, I think now would be a good time to stop
Okay.
for the
It's
day.
about 7 minutes to 5, and so you're expecting to go for quite a while. So.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we do have a 9 o'clock start time on Monday. And if you could please be back at the jury commissioner's office at 8:45, I'd appreciate it. And then that's always on the 3rd floor, and then she'll bring you up to the jury room. I hope you all have a good weekend. We'll see you back Monday morning. Thanks. Please rise for our jury. For the record, our jury's left the courtroom. Dr. P could be back at 9 o'clock Monday. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else for the record before we recess, or
Your Honor, yes.
Mr. Zentner?
Oh. We're just checking on the doctor's scheduling.
Okay, thank you.
The defense doesn't have anything.
Nothing? Okay. Mr. Zentner, do you still have something?
Yes.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Oh, I misinterpreted what you asked.
Okay, you have nothing.
I'm good.
Okay, thanks. I will be in recess until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.